Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, October the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, thank you. So let's take a look at what's happening. Well, I guess all the big tech giants released earnings after hours yesterday, and the first calamity, catastrophe, certainly Twitter. Look at Twitter, down 15%, $7.80, big volume. Twitter is down a lot. Pre-market it's popped up a little bit. It was down to 43.64 or 43.51. It did get back up to 45, but Twitter very, very weak, along with Apple, AAPL. Apple is weak. It is down, not quite as bad. Whoops. Come on, single stock. Well, Facebook is down a little bit also, not as bad. Lost my single stock detail news. Just a second here. And let me do a quick, oh, there we go. So there's Twitter. So let's take a look at Apple. Apple is down almost 4%. That's a lot. 17 billion in the float. Takes a lot to move it. I know a lot of you guys follow Apple, so there's a big level for it to try to hold. It's right underneath it. So Google was up, is up 7%, and Amazon down a little bit. Down 1.6% on $53, but that's only 1.6%. So anyway, there you have it. But Twitter certainly leads the fiasco down. So that is going to drag certainly the techs down today. But believe it or not, there are other things that are happening. So let's take a look at some of them. TRVN is, it's up a little bit. I first saw it was way up here at $3. Did gap down to come down to 265. Whatever they've got, they're starting a November distribution. I think it's something to do with painkillers. BLRX. Little again. I guess it's holding. BLRX positive phase 3, early phase 3 data. Low float, 19 million in the float. Keep an eye on these two guys, UA and its companion UAA, both earnings plays, but more important, look at the gap here. Look at what could possibly happen. The high right there is 1269, the high right there is 1269, so we've got a couple of highs. Sorry, the high right there last week was 1282, so it's just over a couple of things, the whole number. But look at the potential gap fill for Under Armour and its companion. Same type of thing. One just trades a little bit more than the other. I think this is the one that trades a little bit more, UAA. Yeah. But keep an eye on those two. Also Plantronics. That's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be automatic. Okay, I'll ask the developer real. Okay. It doesn't really matter. They're both the same. UAA, they both have the same gap. One trades a little bit more than the other. I don't really think it matters. PLT is sort of similar to Under Armour. Not as much volume yet, but it is an earnings play, but it's sort of similar. You can sort of see the void here. Yeah, so I'll talk to the developer real. Okay, What else? Little one, a very little one, AIRI, very little one. It's an earnings play. Low float, 22 million in the float, up 42%. Big volume though. Look at this volume. So they released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction got all the way up to $2. It's come back, but boy, if it can just maintain this area here, I would say, even over $1.61. Look left and look at the potential void fill. EQ is a virus play. Another small one. EQ is a virus play. Had some little pop after hours yesterday. Got up to 887. FDA approves. Gives a nod to a late stage trial. It is a virus play. Another small one, MGI, is an earnings play. Pretty good volume. It's not a super low float. But again, you can see if it can take out, well, I don't think it'd be a stretch to get up to this area here, but if it can get going, look at the void again, always look left, look at these potential runs. OPK. OPK is another little earnings play. It is down. It has gapped down on earnings. OPK. It's down below that whole number. I mean, if it wants to keep moving down, you might see some support around $3. So from 386 to 3 would be excellent if it could keep moving down to that area. Here's a South African oil play, or energy play, SSL, on the move here. I don't see any specific news for it. SSL. Again, it has room, and look at that weekly chart. I traded this one back in this area, I believe. BLCM. This gap down, it is doesn't appear to be an earnings play. I don't see any specific reason. I mean, I do see a downgrade from Ladenburg Thalmann, but I don't see any other reason for this being down. There's got to be some other reason though. I just don't see a headline on it. Here we go. Interesting. It's not on my IB. So there it is. Poor CART data. Company axes 79% of staffers. So wow, that's a big, it is short. It's not shortable. I think it was shortable a little while ago for me, but it's not shortable anymore. And that's BLCM. LMNL, excuse me, LMNL. So this had gapped up to 550. It's back down to 5. It's really kind of flat now. The news was that they've secured 30 million in financing. Another small one, MVIS. MVIS is a gap down on earnings, but down 18%. Pretty big volume. But it's another one, a big float, $141 million for a $1.80 stock. That is a big float. This is shortable for me. So, I mean, maybe there's some support around a 130 odd for MVIS. Yeah, I didn't completely read the Twitter earnings release. Probably ad revenue and things like that. Maybe keep an eye on MGen. I don't think it hasn't gapped up. Well, actually, it has gapped up. Actually, definitely keep an eye on MGen. The volume really has picked up also. It is up 13%. What caught my eye was that it's above yesterday's high now. Just a little bit above yesterday's high at 150, 159. There's yesterday high at 150, and yesterday's high took out the previous day's high. So I mean, this has a lot of room if it wants to really start running. I don't see any specific reason for it. And AREC, this was up. I think it is faded though. AREC, I think this is, yeah, it's faded. I mean, look at this. $1.83 down to 150. So it's actually gone negative. You know, I saw this up here, but I held off putting it in the list because I didn't see any news on it. Well, actually, it is an earnings play. We don't have earnings. We have it the 23rd. I don't know if this is pre-release. Doesn't look like this is a pre-release. But it's, you know, so I had a bit of a pop on the earnings, but it has come right back down. I'm going to keep a check Carvana. I haven't seen Carvana for a while. It is an earnings play. What caught my eye, like another absolutely unbelievable run. So here's pandemic. There's the low of the pandemic. Down to $26. And look at the run it's been on. All the way up to 241. I mean, it's pulled back, but unbelievable. Here's a 10 bagger. So it's a filing, okay, with MGen. All right, what time is it? 9:16. Quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. All right, well, we have quite a few upgrades. We have a few downgrades, so let me try to get some of them in right now. Wait a minute, guys. I'm having a little problem navigating here. Just give me a second. What's going on? Okay, I'm just going to type something in here. I've got something going on here. I'm trying to figure out what is going on in this in the trading platform. Okay, problem solved. Okay, try to get some of these upgrades in right now. See if we have some multiple ones, kind of like what happened yesterday. When we had that, I think it was CRTO. We had some multiple upgrades for CRTO. See if we have spot any that have some multiple upgrades or downgrades. Right off the bat, GIL, I see. Actually, if I see three 3 upgrades for GIL. I don't even know. It probably has earnings today. I didn't happen to see it as an earnings play, but GIL, the minute I get out of this, I'm going to take a look at the chart for GIL. Real mentioned Cake. See, Cake has an upgrade. Probably it's an earnings play. And a net, A-N-E-T, a couple of upgrades. But I want to take a look, definitely take a look at the GIL. Okay, so it looked like it had earnings before the market opened yesterday. Interesting. So it had 3 upgrades today. Okay, here's some of the downgrades. All right, I see a couple of downgrades for, actually I see 3 downgrades for Nuva, N-U-V-A. Probably it's an earnings play. I didn't see that one. And that's Nuva, 3 downgrades. All right, there's some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let's take a look at NUVA, see if is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. So I saw 3 downgrades for Nuva, and I saw, yeah, Hertz is now officially a pink sheeter. Hope nobody got hurt by that one. Yeah, MGI, I hear it ringing in my ears. Again, text to voice over the magic number 5. And let's see, what sort of room does it have? Look left on that weekly chart, and the high there is 483, so that's not an issue. Look left on the monthly chart, the high is 670. So on the monthly chart, there's another, or yeah, 525 actually this month. So it's right at the high of this month for MGI. All right, 923. Oh, the end of this week, next week is going to be fascinating. So the market to start is going to be soft. You know, we had a little bit of a respite yesterday from the first 3 days of this week, but we look like we're gonna open a little bit weak. Under Armour and UA and AA, are both looking pretty good. A couple of earnings plays, guys. I mean, if they can hold these areas, I mean, look at the void. You know, about a $5 void right here in the weekly chart. Probably about the same for UA. Yeah, about $5 for both of them. You can take your pick. One trades a little bit more than the other. Don't think it really matters. Yeah, it is pretty strong still. You're right, that SRRK is still pretty strong. I mean, again, shrugging off the $39 fine. I don't even think it got right down to the financing this morning. the financing price at $39. Meanwhile, MGI just is continuing its march here. So there's the high looking left. Last week was 525, so it's a little bit above it. It is an earnings play. Just dropped down below it now. How's that AIRI doing? AIRI. So it is starting to fade quite a bit. It is an earnings play. Big gap up after hours yesterday. Released earnings after hours. Got up to a little over 2. Has come back. Had a lot of volume yesterday in advance of its release. Look at that volume, 1.8 million. Doesn't trade very much usually. Look at the volume today, 3 million. So it's going to dwarf yesterday's volume. Meanwhile, yeah, MGI is just ripping here. How's PLT doing? Is it holding its gap? Another earnings play, PLT. There's just not as much. Okay, why are you doing that? Yeah, there's just not that much volume yet. It'll pick up. I mean, the gap was really after hours for PLT, and it's kind of holding. Got up to 23.67, so it's dropped a couple of dollars from the post-market highs. Well, when you ask me what do I think about it, I mean, all I can say, I mean, it has some news. You have to just wait and see how it opens. I mean, if you're asking me to analyze the news, your guess is as good as mine. Positive phase 3 results. It doesn't really matter what I think. It's what the market's going to think. It's a low float, 19 million in the float. It's already gapped up almost 50%. Probably has some resistance, not that far away if you look at the weekly chart. But it's just a matter of waiting for the market to open and see, if traders really, I mean, 17 million shares, it'll easily trade the float today, of course. All right, I want to get rid of these, get set for the open. And give me 1 second, I have to load one other screen on my other monitor. Just give me one moment, please. Just having a tough time loading this one screen. There we go. All right, yeah, the market's going to open less than a minute. End of this trading week. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everyone. Okay, here we go. Now, Time is it? We're open 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are open for business. Sorry, forgot to mention, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, click on new from the channel, from the toolbar, click on new, channel bar, and then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. But remember, everything in here is a layout, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before, all right? Okay, guys, so when you ask me what my thoughts are, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just a matter of waiting to see how the market opens on a particular stock. They've had news. FDA gives a nod to late stage trial for EQ, but you know how it's going to trade once it opens. Your guess is almost as good as mine. I mean, it hit $9 EQ. I'm not talking just to you, but it hit $9 after hours, and you know it has a nice big void if it wants to fill it, but can't know until we get really into the market to know where it's going to go. You know, I typically sit out the first 15 minutes, let things try to settle down a little bit. All right, now here's this TRVN. Again, they've got a painkiller, and they're going to be distributing starting November. Okay, ARI is on the move a little bit. AIRI on the move a little bit, but remember, it did hit after hours. It hit $2. Boy, what a big level for it to try to take out. It is a low float, 22 million in the float. 162 area is the real key area. If it can get through that, it has a shot. All right, so look at Plantronics. Big cap up, 23.68, all the way down to $20. Why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, you catch the right one, yeah, they'll keep going and going and going. Absolutely. But I just see this happening too many times. Now, I did see Save is not October 28th. Okay, so Save had earnings on the 28th after hours. Yeah, nice move here for Save, actually. Great move for Save. Look at this volume coming in, SAVE. Skechers, bounce candidate. Is an earnings play. Well, ARI is definitely on the move. It's the gap. So what's the next high looking left is $1.64. You know, if it can possibly take out that $1.64, which it did easily after hours yesterday. So I'm going to stick an alert up in that area and just see what happens. MGI. Okay, so MGI, it high in the pre-market, 550, go down to 5, back up. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on. Yeah, BE is weak. No, not anymore. Well, I shouldn't say that. BE is kind of weak. Not an earnings play. Okay, so BE has some support, maybe around. Wow, actually, this could. If the trend continues. I don't think BLRX was shortable for me. Yeah, that's right. It dried up. The shorts dried up. So market opens. I mean, it got up to 260, starting to fade here. It's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So what is the market doing? Okay, well, not a huge gap down. It's a gap down, but not a huge one. Yeah, I mean, guys, you got to be careful. I mean, yeah, it looked good, 729. It's all the way down to 670, 665. Yeah, what is happening with Overstock? Is it continuing down? And the answer is no, actually a nice bounce for Overstock. What a day it had yesterday. Looked really good on earnings, and it just tremendous fade all day. Well, MGI is just right at that level. I mean, right there is that level. If it takes it out, I mean, this could be the continuation off earnings next week. I mean, look at the room it's got, MGI, and it's not a low float, not crazy high, but okay. I mentioned that GIL had 3 upgrades this morning, and Nuva had 3 downgrades. How are they doing? Or keep an eye on SSL. It's not a low float. Oh, look at MGI just ripping here right off the bat. I mean, there's the one that, did not really, I mean, pull back a little bit, but market opens and it's just ripping higher here. MGI. Earnings play. All right, I'm just kind of watching Under Armour here to see if it holds. Both of them are probably, what did it get? High of 1326. It's an earnings play to see if they can kind of hold here. Take a look at the other one, Companion, UAA. I mean, they both have very similar dollar gaps. Just taking a look here. I don't see any issues. I haven't placed any orders yet, but I don't see any issues with Interactive Brokers updating real-time pricing. I don't see any, but well, look at save here. I mean, okay, if you can take out. That's probably going to ask way too much. I'm trying to get all out of this area right here, but that's asking too much, I think, today. We're talking about $20. All right, and wow, look at NWL. I mean, this is a big float. It is an earnings play, NWL. Um, it's another one that looks a lot like Under Armour. Not as quite a big, not as big a gap. But if you look at it right there, I think if it takes out that 1830, it's right there. I mean, 1833, 1834. Has a chance to maybe fill in this gap up to 20. All right, so both Under Armour and UA and UAA now really sinking. So doesn't look like they're going to fill in this void yet. What I'm going to do is just stick a price alert right here at 1337 and see if later on it can get back up there. Yeah, so Cake is an earnings play. It's still up, but fading. Market is really not doing anything yet. It's a small gap down. Here's a weak stock, RRC. However, 633 looks 663. It could be a support area. All right, I'm going to pop this link in here. Trade of the week. I'm sorry, well, you can have that one too, but the test drive link is what I wanted to pop in. For those of you who are not aware of the fact that we are having a test drive, what we call a test drive. So if you click on that test drive link, and here it is. So for $8.99, you'll get 2 full weeks of our premium service. Starts November 9th to the 20th, okay? What you're doing today, if you sign up, you're basically pre-registering, okay? You're not going to get any data until the 9th. So please don't inundate our support people saying, hey, I just signed up and I have no data. Understand what this is all about. It starts on the 9th. That's a Monday. Goes to the following Friday, or a week. Well, you know what I mean. Okay, so 9th to the 20th, and you'll have access to our full premium service, also open to our standard subscribers. You want to have access to our premium service for those 2 weeks. You can take part in the test drive also. Last time we had 4,000 people sign up. Over 4,000 people. It's amazing. Yeah, this has been on a roll, hasn't it? This LI yesterday had a nice day yesterday. Nice continuation today. Of course, it's a China auto. NIO. Let's see if NIO, it's a little bit weak, but Apps is weak. It is an earnings play. Apps is weak. It was up here, 31.74. Look at this drop. So I'm seeing a lot of these earnings plays are, except for maybe the MGI. Even the MGI, I mean, these are big. That's a pretty big percentage drop, 585 down to 540. Lots of topping tails here. Topping tails here. This is shortable for me. The market is putting in a little bit of a red bar. So let's see if we get anything. If the market continues like this, I'm not anticipating too many on the watch list up. RRC, I just mentioned that one. This continues down a little bit. Again, it could be some support, around 660 or so. Look at that weekly chart. It might come into support if it takes that out. Wow, if it takes that out, I mean, it's got a lot of room underneath. And it is an earnings play. Market is really not doing too much. Take a look at the SPY. Just flattened right out here. Okay, a little bit of a bounce back play for TCDA. Got up to almost $5. Got hammered yesterday. OPK earnings play continues down. It's shortable too. Wow, what do we got here for support? Maybe 3. And the 3 level here for OPK, it's an earnings play. What sort of room does Twitter have? I guess you might look at 39.50 or so, 39.35. That area right here might be some support for Twitter. TWTR. Yeah, OPK continues down. Wow, what a another nice move down here for OPK. Just waiting to see if it maybe has a bounce in it, but this is super weak. It is shortable. I didn't take it, but it is shortable. When I say that, it's shortable at Interactive Brokers. Now this is still choppy, this SRRK. What did it hit? A high of 44, down to 41.50, so still pretty choppy, large ranges. You're going to trade this one, be careful. I wouldn't take very many shares. Anything can happen. MGM is an earnings play, 29th, so after hours yesterday. Well, this is not a second day continuation of earnings for Realogy. We saw this one get through 12 yesterday, but now it looks like it's definitely weakening with the rest. Now we're getting a red bar, bit of a red bar now on the SPY. So market weakening again. MGM is an earnings play. Maybe, I mean, it's got room underneath. Man, it's got a lot of room on that weekly chart underneath. And when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get here. Just a matter of looking at these longer term charts to see. Also, it is through the 200-day moving average. There's that green, the green line right there in the daily chart. Through the 200-day, boy, this has got a ton of room underneath, guys. MGM, especially if the market continues to do this. And car is weak also. It is an earnings play. Car is an earnings play. Now it may have some support. Let's say the weekly chart, 32.14. That's about a dollar. What's 50 away, 60 away. That's last week's low. Keeping an eye on this second 15-minute candle. All right, home. Okay, I am definitely setting an alert down here. 1598. Okay, it's just I'm going to set my alert rate right around 1593. See if home takes out 16 again. I mean, they had earnings yesterday. Another strange reaction. Very positive in the pre-market. What you don't see is what it was doing in the pre-market, and then it just faded most of the day. This is not shortable for me. EQ is not shortable for me. Not that I want to short it necessarily, but I'm just wanting to, but it's just not shortable. 731, okay, I'm going to stick an alert at 731. Low float, 13 million in the float, huge volume. It'll easily trade its float today. Well, there we go, it just triggered. Well, I actually tried to short RRC, but they wouldn't give it to me. Uptick rule in effect, even though I could not get a short on RRC. Give me one moment, please. Now, this is all over the place, guys. You got to be awfully careful. 13 million in the float. It's not crazy low, but it's still a low float situation. EQ is all over the place. As I said before, I'd be a little suspect on these longs, even though these in theory are alpha stocks, are kind of trading on their own. I just think this market is not rewarding these smaller ones right now. What do I think about it? Well, I think it's all over the place. Just like I said, you got to be awfully careful. I mean, we got up to 651 just like that, and then it drops down to 694 just like that. Or sorry, 751, and it drops just like that. So, okay, I can give you a script that they would give you for the, and hopefully this works for you. Okay, this is a dichotomy. I'm putting this in, okay, just underneath your post, okay? Hopefully that works for you. Boiler, you have to go to the home page every time to get in, okay? But here it is. Okay, there's the link again. You have to go to the home page and start it from there. Even I have to do that. Yeah, so you were long home, I'm assuming. Well, I'm looking. Okay, you're out of it now, but I am looking maybe to short this one underneath 16. Still has some room. Yeah, everything. It's just like as if you were a premium subscriber. Sam, yes. All right. Well, interesting. ACHC. Wow, it's an earnings play. Yeah, nice. Now, coming right into maybe some, what's the high right there? 35.30. So it's just a, wow, nice. Yeah, it's now above that high right there. So if you look left on that monthly chart, it has some room to the 43 level. It's an earnings play. Now, let's see if it holds. Now look at this MARPS. Just had no action at all in the pre-market. Look at it now, MARPS, MARPS. It's probably, yeah, one of these crazy low floaters, 1.6 million in the float. Really hasn't traded that much. 258 times normal for it. Hasn't really traded that much. Yes, that's the next high looking left. That red line there is telling you there's the next highs looking left. Takes that out. Next highs looking left is 3. Takes out 4. Boy, what a shot it could have. Now keep an eye on it. It's not shortable for me. Definitely a parabolic move right here. It is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I'm going to stick an alert just over 4, see if it takes it out later on. Well, Marps, that's definitely an alpha stock, but it's, you can't chase it now. All right, guys, keep an eye on CRTO. This was of course, a beautiful one for us yesterday. It's above yesterday's high, I believe. The volume. This will trigger in here, I believe. I think I have it on. Yeah, I do have it. I think the volume, though. What was my minimum volume here? I think it's 150. Yeah, 150,000 shares. Wow, there's the Marps. It just took out 4 like nothing. Well, there's your alpha. You just asked about alpha. But we're in chase mode right now, unfortunately. I know it's hard not to, but I just won't chase it. I did see that boiler, yes. Just can't chase it. And it just got halted, I'm sure, yes. So let's see what is going to stack up. This is 4.6, and it's not an earnings play. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news on this. I don't see any specific news. Energy sector. So last week, it did the craziness, getting up to 872 last week. So all traders are looking at right now. Could it even, even it gets up to 6. But it's halted right now, and bid ask stacking up 466, 466. So as we speak, anyway. Not showing up here the total symbol because it is a 5-letter. I hate those 5-letter ones, but there we go. Keep an eye on Blue Apron here. I mean, there's nothing holding this up. There's maybe some support around 223. Look at this weekly chart. Very weak on earnings yesterday. Sticking a little around 450, see if it takes it out. I mean, there's just really no support for APRN. Yeah, it looks like it is going to take out the highs now, MGI. If it takes out the highs right there, it will trigger in my watch list. It has to get up to, well, it looks like around 580 is almost right there. My watch list will only trigger if a stock breaks the new high of the day. Volume, of course, is filters satisfied, volume and relative volume. Yeah, I could not get this short RRC. I don't know. I mean, it's not going to be probably so dynamic, but as I said before, it looks like some support around 640. There it goes. There's MGI. Said it would trigger right here. But again, it's somewhat extended. But looking left on that monthly chart has room to another dollar. Excuse me, on that monthly chart. All right, this is a little earnings play also, SM. It's a big float, 100 million for a dollar stock. It's a big float, but it is a little earnings play. So we're starting to get some of these little energy sector stocks are starting to move a little. Of course, this could be hurricane related, unfortunately. Now look at TCDA. Yes, now this is an interesting bounce right here. It has taken out the 455 was the high yesterday. I mean, look at the gap. Listen, for all the reasons it dropped, they're still in play. All right, so this is just a, I guess traders looking for a little bit of a bounce opportunity. Okay, wow, Marps just opened, and remember I said 467, so it got up to 488, and it just, oh, wow, but look, I mean, look what's happening though. I mean, it got up to 488, dropped right back down to 4. So all over the place, be awfully careful. Yeah, I'm definitely into this. Reminds me of that other one last week that, now it didn't do it really on the day yesterday, but the one that really popped intraday after being whacked about $30. Can't remember what it was, but it reminds me a little bit like that, the TCDA. No, it's not a super low float. I'm definitely interested in this one. Spread is a little, 5 cents for a $5 stock. It's not great, but so I have my alert set up here. If it takes it out, I might take this one, the TCDA, just as a bounce play. Yeah, PRTS, so still just underneath the trigger, 1365. You had the one great day 2 days ago, I guess, 3 days ago. Okay, so the market is really not doing anything. The SPY on that 15-minute chart, really not doing too much. Topping tail, bottoming tail. Trying to put in maybe a little bit of a green bar here, but see what happens if MGI takes out 6. Again, the next high looking left is around 687 on that monthly chart. Nice earnings play for it, up almost 30%. Shoot, that RRC continues down. The uptick rule, if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, I was trying to short it right around here at 690, just underneath 7. But in fact, it was 694. I was trying to short it, but because it was down over 10% at the time, even though I left my order in at 694 and or 697, and it was trading there, but I couldn't get a fill. Too many people ahead of me, I guess. All right, Goodyear, GTT is an earnings play, and it is weak. Again, right on that whole number. GT. All right, guys, Twitter underneath 43 now. If you have the AI, you know what I'm talking about. All right, TCDA, guys. Okay, I'm in this one as long as it holds 5. Let's see if it holds 5, TCDA. All right, as long as it holds 5, I'm in this TCDA. And at 509. No, I thought you were going long. Oh, I thought you were going long at playing a balance. Well, I guess I'm going against you a little bit. Okay, guys, there's Blue Apron, APRN, making a new low here. Again, no support really. I mean, look at that weekly chart. Oh no, don't worry about it. Listen. I mean, I'm in at 509. I mean, I'm not gonna if it gets even close to 5, I'm out. Yeah, look at TUP, guys. Wow, I mean, still strong. TUP still strong. Yesterday's high was 3409. It's very, very close. Tremendous continuation off earnings a couple of days ago. Yeah, any weakness at all, I'm out. I'm just, this is just a bounce play. Okay, you win. I'm out. Took a big 3-cent loss on it. But I will be looking at it still. Okay, what is happening with MARPS now? All right, actually, it's kind of holding here. You know, it still has some life. Maybe a little bit of a pop here might do it. Or like that. All right, guys. Well, I can tell you now. You know, I mentioned Twitter. It is an AI alert. You know, I don't often take the more expensive ones, but I did take that one. And there was a short. I can tell you right now, the short was at 43.65. I didn't get in quite there, but it is. I just thought, you know, the sentiment, of course, is definitely weak for Twitter. Earnings play. The transparent colors in my background. You're talking about like this, the mauve and the mauve area right there and the tan area? Is that what you're talking about, Larry? Talking about somebody in the YouTube feed? This is pre-market, or sorry, post-market yesterday. This is pre-market today. Yeah, that's all that is. Boy, RRC, son of a gun. That would have been a very nice one on a percentage move. So Real's talking about, I mean, looks like it's trying to come into some support here. JKS, I have it traded. There's a candle right there. There's a 10-15 candle. SRRK, SRRK weakening. Let's see if it can get below 40. Well, it just got below 40. Just waiting to see if Twitter can have a big collapse. Meanwhile, Marps, look at Marps. Right here, it was holding now a new high for Marps, M-A-R-P-S. Yeah, last week's trade of the week is really weakening now. PBI, last week's trade of the week is really weakening. Some support maybe at the lows of last week, 640-ish. Okay, well, I'm going to watch this right here. I'm in at 43.34, just so you know. There's the alert, 43.65. All right, so TCDA is garnering my interest again. Let's see. I just want to see if it can take out those highs right there. Now, PBI is just really weakening here. All right, guys, I'm out of Twitter right now, but I'm looking to reshort it. You know, it gets down to those lows again. Man, RRC. Oh, I didn't even know this. This is an earnings play. PBI is actually an earnings play. And weakening severely on earnings. Oh, I'm sorry, Mikhail. I didn't see your question there about Tupperware. Well, look, the market is weak. I mean, to go long anything right now, highly suspect. Market is weakening. I mean, there are some alpha stocks, obviously like MIRPS, a complete alpha stock, not caring what the market is doing. And let's see, HPR just got halted on the way down. It wouldn't surprise me to see MARPS get halted again. I say, guys, I'm getting interested in this TCDA, but I wanted to take out the high right there. 517, I wanted to take out the high on volume. Another weak one is Pinterest after yesterday. Had earnings yesterday, but it is weakening also. Look at Pinterest, P-I-N-S. I mean, it had a huge sell-off also. Well, pretty big sell-off also. And now it's continuing down. Initial reaction, of course, was fantastic on earnings, but it did sell off. I mean, it's still way up for the day, but you can see that red candle close below the open. PBI just continues. Uh-oh, and the goose. The goose is fading here. The goose is not an earnings play. Pixie? Somebody mentioned Pixie. Yeah, I don't see, there's no volume. I mean, it's really no volume. I mean, look, it's only 0.29, so I mean, the relative volume is not even close. So I don't quite see what you're looking at. Look at this big red candle here now. Guys, I don't know if you took these two here from yesterday. I created these two. They are in the... I modified them. I mean, you'll see them in my scanners, but I did modify them. And I'm kind of really enjoying to see these stocks that are showing up. And there's where I saw PBI. PBI is just... great. Glad to hear it, Dichotomy. PBI, guys, wow. Really not that much of a reaction in the pre-market. I mean, look at this. Wow, goose, guys. Listen, I'm gonna pop these in here. Take off the pinned. I'm gonna pop them in here. You might want to watch these all day. These are top lists. And notice in the strong stocks up, zilch right now, but you might want to keep an eye on that top list all day long. This could turn into just my go-to top list every day now. Twitter, guys, again. Boy. HPR just opened. HPR just opened. On the way down. PBI. Wow. It may bounce. Of course, it may bounce. But wow, is it weak. You know, getting close. There's an area right down here. Just around $6. All right, CCDA is not interesting to me anymore. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, later on in the day, if it can take out that high right there, maybe, but... Yeah, it's just fading, Boiler. I know what you were saying earlier. It may bounce, but this is just really fading now. EQ, that's sortable too. All right, it is 10:30. So first of all, welcome to the room. Anybody who is new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern, of course. And I share my screen live on the mic. If you have trade ideas, now a bit of a difference here. I'm sharing a lot of scans that I'm sharing. You can get them now in 3 different ways. So you can click on the scans tab. They're all here. Take a look at them. You can click on the room drive icon. Scans that I share, download. It'll go to a Word document. And you can take a look at the scans that I'm sharing. You might see something that you like. You can always load it. And my home page. Now, before I do that, I want to talk about the test drive. All right, so the test drive. You click on the test drive link right there. You'll come to this page. This is what wow, apron is still going down, guys. This is what the test drive is all about. So for $8.99, you'll get 2 full weeks of our premium service. Yes, it's our premium service, just like you were a premium subscriber. Includes the AI. And it'll cost you $8.99, all right? If you click on this right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering, okay? So you're not going to get data until November 9th. So please do not sign up for it now and then say, hey, where's my data? Don't inundate our support people with questions like that. Please understand, you're not getting data until November 9th. If it sounds like I'm being insistent, I am trying to be as insistent as I can because we get so many people who sign up and then they say, hey, where's my data? Is this it just, so don't. It doesn't start till the 9th. What you're doing is you're just pre-registering. We had 4,000 people last time we did a test drive who signed up for it. Okay, so that is the test drive. If you've ever wanted to, and also open to our standard subscribers, you want to try us, try the premium service for those 2 weeks, you can do so also. It will cost $8.99. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription. We'll have a nice promo code, of course, if you do want to take out a subscription. But don't worry, we don't put you into anything, including the standard subscribers. We'll just move back to standard unless you say, hey, I want to keep with the premium. Okay? Twitter, guys. Yes. Am I back in? Yes. Twitter now is really, especially with this market. All right. So now I do want to talk about subscriptions. I'm going to direct you to my home page. I want to direct you to my home page first. Okay, so disregard this Barry for Alpha. We do have a 20% off code right now. I'm going to put it into the room. It's a Halloween code. Okay, the cleverly named Holly Boo 20. All in capital letters, okay? Put it in the same one, sorry. Okay, so you get 20% off. So if you click on my link and get trade ideas, and this is how much trade ideas will cost. So right now, $22.68 a year for our premium service. On an annual basis, $10.68 a year on our for standard on an annual basis, minus the 20%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main difference that people, or the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service is to see how the AI works, okay? You don't have to have a premium or an annual plan. You can always go month to month. Standard is 118, less than 20%. The premium is 228, less than 20%. This is month to month. Remember that discount's only good for the first month. But the good news is that if you really like us and you take out a standard monthly and then you decide either you want to go to a premium monthly or to take on an annual subscription, we will honor that 20% promo code as long as you do it within 30 days. Do the upgrade within 30 days. Okay? Now on my trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about 30 minutes to 45 minutes before the market opens. I do a daily recap of what's happening, what happened in the trading room. New link here. So I've also got my scans are here. You click on this link right there. Here are all my scans right here. Okay, you can easily see them all. And you just have to click, you just click. It'll go into a new browser or tab. Just copy it and then load it from the cloud. Okay? And here are all the education links. I like to put this one on its own, the 20 short lessons. Okay, so if you click on the 20 lessons in 20 days, of course you can go at your own pace. They're very short, but if you're new to trade ideas, I really encourage you to take a look at this. All the basic features of trade ideas, how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, etc. If you're not a subscriber, you can take a look at this also, so you can see what are the basic features that we have to offer. Okay, that'll really get you going if you are brand new to trade ideas. More education, so the daily support sessions. I look after the YouTube feed from 9 to 12. And then one of the other traders today, it is Andy. Andy will be the trader from 12 to 1, looking after the YouTube feed. And then I resume moderating it from 1 to 3. PBI, guys, holy smokes, what a great alert from that list that I gave you guys. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time. You can sign up for them all there. That's free. Educational videos and trading books, etc. Okay, so lots of good stuff on my link, my homepage link. All right, there it is. So you can bookmark that, and you can always go back. And again, that is not the promo code to use. Use Holly Boo, all in capital letters, 20. And you'll get 20% off the first month or the entire year. Oh, here's my next on my hit list is maybe home to short, but I still have some explanations to do. So well, I thought I answered. I thought you are you talking about these colors here, the green and the red? I thought you were talking. You were talking about the pre-market and post-market. Oh, okay. These are just targets. Okay. So as it gets greener and greener and greener, it's approaching the target price. And as it gets redder and redder, it approaches the stop. Okay. And that is for virtually any time you click on an alert, you'll get something like this, a little more defined with an AI. Thomas, you're taking off early. Wow, Twitter. I don't normally short these more expensive ones, but then I was in it, out of it, back in it. I'm going to talk about the AI, and this is what I'm talking about. There's a Twitter alert at 4365, 4213 now. So, what is the AI? Well, we have 50 baseline strategies that get optimized once the market closes every evening. So the AI gets to work once the market closes, optimizing these 50 strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. These are the strategies that made the cut out of the 50. Now, I wouldn't get too excited about how many make the cut. Personally, I never really care how many make the cut, how many strategies make the cut. All I care about is what alerts did we get from those strategies. So how to follow. Click on New from the toolbar. AI/Holly strategy trades window. The trades window. You do that, this is what you'll have. And you're given an entry, you're given a stop, manage the trades as you see fit. Okay? What I would do, again, you need a premium service for this. But I would take that window then, and I would incorporate it as part of your layout so you don't have to do that every morning. Now, people ask all the time, well, how do you use the AI? How to use AI is completely up to you. You know, I have a way in which I use it. Typically, I only look at stocks under $20. It's not a rule, but I mean, obviously I got into Twitter just because of the market and, you know, obviously the huge negativity right now with with earnings. So yes, it's not a rule, it's just kind of a preference. But that's how I use Twitter, or how I use the AI. I sort on the aggressive profit percent all day long to see which ones are moving the most. I use it as a watch list. All right, so I do want to talk now about you mean where did I get back in? Well, remember, I got in here originally. Look, the alert was 4365. I didn't get it there. And I waited for it to settle down a little bit. What I thought was settling down, I took it at 43, I think it was 43.34. And then I covered just underneath 43 as it popped up. And I got back in just right there at 42.74. Notice I'm not telling you guys, when to take these trades. It's got to be up to you. I'm not an investment advisor. Now I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, 42. Is that right at the whole number? No, I'm short. I'm short Twitter. Following the AI today, short Twitter. All right, I want to talk about the Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, you need to, the downloadable application in order to have Brokerage Plus. Okay, if you're using our web-based version, it's not available. So you would click from the toolbar, click New, and then Brokerage Plus. This is your Brokerage Plus window. So before I get into a detailed explanation about it, I want to put in a couple of links. All right, so What I've done is I've put in the Brokerage Plus intro link. This is about a 25 minute long video. It is segmented, so you can go to different segments that might make sense to you. So you can, you don't want to see the whole thing. You might want to jump to, at 7 minutes, there might be a segment that you're interested in. Okay, so why I'm putting that in there? If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this to trade. Within Trade Ideas, you connect to your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your Interactive Brokers account. Only works with Interactive Brokers right now, okay? And you can do things, if you watch the video, you can do things that we call one-click trading. You can set up your own buying and shorting parameters. Rules, if you will. So you click on an alert and you want to trade it, you just then pick how you want to trade it, okay? And it's all covered in the video. Now the other huge way to use this is as a paper trading simulated module, simulated trading module, okay? If you are new to trading, please, before you do anything, before you start using your real money in the market, practice, practice, practice. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage account you have, it's using our real-time data. And it's very, very simple. Now, you'll notice up here, I'm so sure that I'm on a development version, so if you're looking, why don't I have this here? You will. Hopefully next week they'll be able to release this version. You would just literally click on the sim, and then you'll be in simulation mode. Instead of having to go new, Brokerage Plus, find it, and then connect, you'll have this, you just click on the simulator right there. Now, how does it work? Really simple. Click on an alert, symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade, price you want to get in at. More than likely, if you're new to trading, you won't be shorting, but if you wanted to short, you would sell. Otherwise, you want to go long the stock, you buy. So, let's just take a trade to show you how this works. Let's say you got a long trade here. Okay, let's take the BLRX. I mean, I'm not saying I would take this, but I'll take the BLRX. I'll take a couple hundred shares. What's the spread like? Spread's a penny, so that's fine. Take a couple hundred shares. I'm going to buy. See? Just bought it. So, always, always, always have a stop. I'm going to put the stop right at the low here. You should have this already in your mind where you're going to be having your stop. I just want to show you how you can do it. 211. Add a stop order. All right, you're gonna see it'll show up right on the chart. It's easy to see on the monthly chart. So if they went down to 211 and you just allowed it to take you out there, you'd lose $59. If you want to put in a target price, you can add a target. So I'll just put 270. I'm just showing you how you can do it. A little hard to see here, but you can see that if I got up to 270, you'd be taken out for a $59 profit. Okay, so I wouldn't be doing. I'm just showing you mechanically how you can do these things. Now, if the trade starts working well, you can always start moving this. You can use this like a trailing stop. Okay. You can just move the line up where it makes a little more sense as it starts. There's another little area right there, might be a little support area, so you could move it up right there. If it starts approaching the target, of course you can move it. I'm going to move it up. Just want to show you how this happens. Now, you don't have to use the chart to do this. This is nice and this is very visual. You can always go in here, and if you want to flatten your trade, get out of the trade, you just flatten. That gets you out of the trade. You want to get out of half your trade, or you can double your trade. These are hotkeys. Of course, if you just want to get out of, say, 50 shares, pick whatever, the share number you want to get out of, and pick the price, and you can sell. Very, very simple to use. You can also use it for swing trading. You want to practice swing trading? So if I don't close this out at the end of the day, it'll carry forward tomorrow and for as long as I want. Okay? So I cannot emphasize enough. Practice trading before you commit money to the market. And for what all I was doing, you just need our standard service. You don't need our premium service. Here's another IPO that getting so tired of these, another SPAC IPO. The simulator is real-time data. Yes, somebody asked in the YouTube feed. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what brokerage, it doesn't matter what who your broker is. Well, first of all, I know I cannot give you any advice like that, and there's the low of yesterday, 28. There's the high today, so it's kind of stuck right in between. So market is weak. Are you talking about swinging it? So that's what you're talking, well, swinging it, so long term. Well, it depends where you put your stop. You put your stop way down here, that's a $5 stop. I know JP Morgan has a $40 target, if you believe that. I'm just a little leery of swinging anything right now until, next week kind of settles down. It may not settle down next week either, though. But that's my opinion. No, it's connected directly. Well, it's their API. All you have to do is connect. All right, Twitter still, let's see if it can break through 42. It just sort of stalled at 42, had a little pop-up. BLRX is not, no, it's not an AI. It's not an AI alert. No, you just have to open IB and just connect. You don't have to do anything. We do, just connect. No other application. You have to have interactive brokers open, of course, but other than that, you just connect. Now, there are, if you watch the video, it's going to show you exactly how, the port to use, etc. But other than that, here's the video again. Whoops, wrong. There we go. Yeah, so right now, so I have a question in the YouTube feed. So you might, the what you see here in my toolbar, you don't have yet, okay? I'm hoping by next week there'll be the release of the latest version of Trade Ideas that has this toolbar here where you would just, it says Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your account, you can click on Live. Otherwise, if you want to paper trade, you just click on the simulator. Right now, you guys have to click on New and Brokerage Plus, okay? When you click on that, then you have to go to Connected and then connect to the simulator. Okay? Is that clear? So again, you have to click on, from the toolbar, click on New, Brokerage Plus, and then where it says Connected, just click on Trade Ideas Simulated Trading, or if you want to trade your Interactive Brokers account, click on Interactive Brokers. But we're just trying to make it a little less complicated to find it. Yeah, it should be that. Well, even if, listen, if not the end of the world if this is not here, it just means you have to click on New and Brokerage Plus to load the window. That's all. It's not the end of the world if this is not in the toolbar. The simulator's been available for months without this being up here. It just makes it easier for people to find it. That's all. Yeah, she just she just gave me a big juicy hello. Wow, Twitter. This is turning into just, this could be one of these all-day holds. There's been little pops, but this could turn into a long, like an all-day hold. So for those of you out there that do not want to short because of whatever you've heard, how I can't short, it's too risky, etc. You're doing yourself a disservice. First of all, you can always practice. Okay, you just hit that big sell button. Okay, and now you're shorting. You're just going to see that it's it's just the reverse. You short something, you hope it goes down. You buy something, you hope it goes up. It's really not that much different. Just think about it just a little differently. Yeah, no, those two earnings plays. I had well, it may be the market also. I think it's just. I'm not saying there's nothing that has moved, of course, on earnings, but the thing is I think the market is just shorting most of these pops right now. It was looking really good. I really, this was probably UA and its companion UAA. I was really focusing on them. Had the market, been moving higher, I think they would have had a shot to start filling in this void, but not in this market. Yeah, PLT. I thought the same thing. Maybe with PLT, very very similar look. Was up here at one point, had this nice potential void fill. Give me a moment here, just checking something. Yeah, sort of do's that I do. Thanks for asking first, though. It just won't execute the trade, Larry. Okay. Now, if you're in the simulator, it probably won't know. Okay, because it's not looking at IB's data at all. Okay, but it won't execute the trade if it's not shortable. It's that simple. Also, I mean, for those of you who are on a PDT rule, if you're exceeded, then it won't execute the trade either. Again, if you're trading your live account. Yeah, level 2 and time and sales and all is, yeah, you have to use the IB window. Yeah, that's what I do. No, I already told them. Oh, that was a, yeah, that was sort of a, not sort of, that was a no, if that's okay, all right? Oh, that I don't know, Larry. I mean, you would be able to see in the orders. It would you could. I don't know if a box pops up as such. Okay, but it would say in the orders not filled, something to that effect. I mean, if you're talking about auto trading, first of all, I mean, I don't recommend necessarily auto trading, but I mean, every time when I want to short a stock, of course, the very first thing I'm looking at is it shortable. You know, I can tell immediately. So there is no box that's going to pop up. But, you know, I mean, you would see, I mean, you would wonder, well, my position's not being filled. Just you would just go to orders, I guess, and it would show you order not filled, no short, something to that effect. No shorts available. All right, excuse me. So the BLRX starting to work a little bit here. It's in the simulator. Now, with the simulator, in my opinion, really helps a lot. Not so much for the target, but for the stop. Okay, so if you're a person who is always second guessing your stops, not wanting to obey your stops, I mean, this is a great way. You just let this, you put a stop in, it hits it, you get out of it'll take you out of the trade. But if you're a person who has difficulties obeying your stops, this is a perfect way then to take the emotion out of it. So now I can continue to move my stop up. I could put my stop, at break even. Where did I get in at 241? If I want to put my stop, right up here, just above where I bought it. Okay. So they had positive phase 3 results. This is the reason why this is, well, look at the volume. Holy smokes, 19 million, 94 million shares. This will be easily trading the float 5, 6, 7, 8 times today. It's already almost at 5. Or at 5, right? Yeah, just about at 5 right now. So are you talking about the little flags on the chart, Marcus? I'm sure that when you get out of the trade, tomorrow I would not see it. I'm pretty sure. Trying to think of one I did yesterday. I'm pretty sure they disappear. Now, you'll notice here we've got a calendar, and again, this is one of the features I'm hoping will be available or ready for the test drive. So then you can start to look. It'll be a calendar. It'll show you all the trades you took on specific days, where you got in, where you got out, how well you did, etc. So you can, track your trades. Not available yet. No, this is in the simulator. Okay, this is in the simulator boiler. I have traded TCDA for a small loss, and I've been trading Twitter. And the reason I don't talk about the Twitter trade at the beginning is because it is an AI alert. So, as usual, not fair for those of you who pay for the AI. So at this point, if I thought it was stalling a little bit, I could get out of half my trade. Just click on half and see now I just sold half. So now I'm down to 100 shares in the simulator. See how that works? If you're wondering what the max P&L means, that means when I was in the trade, excuse me, and if I got out at the very absolute top, which would have been what, 283, that's what I would have made. So I really like to have this column, and the distance from the exit price is also a good one to have. So let's just say that there is the max I could have made, 82. And what if I allowed this to, when I finally got out of the trade, it was negative. In other words, I lost money in the trade. Obviously, you shouldn't do that. If you're up in a pretty decent position, you should never allow it to go negative on you. So it's kind of a good barometer to sort of give you an idea about how good your exits are, and the distance from the exit price, another good one. Now, what you want to see is a big negative number here when you get out of a trade eventually, because that means that when you got out of the trade, it dropped a lot further. So that would have been a good exit. Here, I'm still in half the trade. So it is 7 cents above where I exited that 100 shares. So again, if this was a huge positive number and you're out of the trade, that's showing you, well, I guess my exit wasn't that great. So I like these two columns. It just kind of shows you how good your exits are. No way you're going to be able to get out right at the absolute penny of the top, but it just gives you an idea about how good your exits are. Just looking at some of the other AI alerts, nothing else is really interesting to me. BLRX is still, wow. Let's back this monthly chart out a little bit and let's just see what we've got here. The next high looking left is 3, so you know, might struggle to get through that 3. Now, I'm going to show you how this works. If this gets up to 293, it's going to take me out of the trade, okay? I'm just going to show you how this works. See that line right there? Close. Don't have to let it, you know, I can always move the line a little bit if I want. But that was, you know, I don't typically put targets. But there it is. Now I could always drop it if I thought, you know, it's really going to stall. There, I just took myself out. You see how I dropped that price, that line right to the current price? So it took me out of the trade. This has been relatively strong, guys. Molson Coors TAP, T-A-P. It's not an earnings play. It's been relatively strong today. So you can see I did pretty well. You know, the maximum I could have made was 81.99, or sorry, 82.04 so far. And so I closed out for 81.99. Now, if this continues, you know, higher and higher, I mean, but that's why I like to see these two columns, and, you know, the distance from my last exit is 4 cents underneath. So far so good. What's my take on AQ? I don't know, has it bounced yet? Whoa, have you got me interested again? So TCDA is right back up here. Decent volume also. So what's my take on it? Well, it's... And I mean, look, it hit, what did it hit? 851 in the pre-market. Actually, at post-market, after hours yesterday, it actually hit $9. It's a big drop. The only way I would look at this trade right now as something, if it really based a lot here, and then all of a sudden, you got a huge amount of volume coming in to pop it up a bit. Otherwise, I'm just not interested. Yeah, they did lose the chicks, didn't they? This is risky business right here, but there is volume coming into TCDA. Definitely volume. Wow, BLRX. Super strong here. Just trying to get through 3. I mean, you would think, I mean, just look at this weekly chart, guys. I mean, look at all these topping tails right around 3. You have 1, almost 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 attempts to get through 3. So if you're in this one, just be very aware of this on that weekly chart. All the times that it tried to get through 3. As usual, a very fast morning. So BLCM, this is not shortable for me. It's not an earnings play, but it's not shortable for me. I can't see. Yeah, I don't see any specific reason for BLCM, unless it's because of the competition. With BLRX, I can't quite see any specific reason for BLCM being this week. Yeah, well, it's earnings. PBI, I mean, did really well last week. 620 was the trigger, or 630. Got up to 770. But today's earnings, so, I never hold anything through earnings, ever, ever, ever. Well, there it goes through that 3 now. BLRX, or was anyway. Oh, Twitter, guys. Patiently waiting to see if it could take out 42. That could be a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for Twitter. TW, well, everybody knows Twitter, right? Sort of a green, not quite, but kind of a green bar ignored right there. We need the price to fall to about 41.70. Okay, Ruth is an earnings play also. Ruth didn't really see it in the pre-market. It has gone negative. It was up here at 12, wow, 1248. Fell. Ruth, R-U-T-H. I want to see how, okay, if you look left, what sort of room does this have on the daily? Not a lot of room, maybe. So I'm sorry, Ruth, if you take a look at yesterday, the low was 1068. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room if it keeps underneath 11. It continues to fall, a little bit of room. When I say that, I'm talking about where it could fall to before it might encounter some resistance or supports. The interesting thing for me on in shorting Twitter a couple of times today is that the uptick rule really didn't matter at all. I guess for something that trades that much, I really don't know, but I had no problem shorting it where I wanted. Yeah, let's take a look at the Qs just to see what's happening here. Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty big level for it to try to hold the Qs right here, 260. I mean, Apple. Is Apple still? Yeah, I mean, it's down 5%. It really hasn't moved that much from the pre-market. I think it was down 4 point something percent. So it hasn't really moved that much. Facebook. Actually, Facebook has moved a lot. Facebook has moved a lot. It was only down, I think, 1 point something percent. Okay, real. Yeah, look at it. Okay, that looks like it could be over for the BLRX. All right, saying, I mean, just have to look at these longer term charts if you're not used to doing that. But I mean, look at that weekly chart. Look how many times, I mean, it's almost to, well, it'd be almost to the penny. Now, today might be the day, yeah, that it could just pop right through. But you just have to look at these, get used to looking at longer term, especially if you were kind of a momentum trader. The reason being is that you don't have to worry about intraday. If you're a momentum trader, typically the stock is right at the high or the low of the day for shorting. So you're not having to worry about intraday resistance or support. So you have to start looking at the longer term time frames. And I don't think there could be a clearer picture of why BLRX stalled where it did. That doesn't mean it's not going to have another attempt and maybe blast through today, but just look at them. Hopefully that makes sense. If it doesn't, I can re-explain it, but guys, that looks like it has turned into a green bar ignored for Twitter on the 15-minute chart. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, you see that green bar right there on the 15-minute chart? Expand it a bit. It may not be all right, so there's the green bar, and what's the high here? High is 42.25. The high right there is 42.34. The low, 41.78. The low, 41.75. So yes, so that green bar is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Then the next candle is red, and it's below 41.73. So this is almost a classic. You've got a huge downtrend. You have this pause in the downtrend that we call a green bar ignored, and the downtrend continues. Okay? So you hear us throw that terminology around quite a bit. Green bar and red bar ignored. Red bar ignored is just the reverse. You have an uptrend, and then you would have a red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next candle is green. In other words, the trend continues. I mean, does it work every single time? Of course not. But it's a pattern that is followed quite a bit. Guys, I am really looking at this weak stocks down that I posted, or sort of I modified yesterday. And, I did, I did end up taking this woo. I mean, this showed up here, showing up here now, but it showed up just underneath 20. Chopped around a little bit, but again, these weak stocks down. I'm going to pop this in. You can follow it all day long. I just made some. In the scans that I share, you will see weak stocks down, but I made a modification to it yesterday. And I really like the results. Nothing in the strong stocks up today. Why? Well, the market's down 400. But I will pop this in so you can, if you want them, you can follow along. Probably have to make a modification. I'll make a modification because what I'm talking about here is if you click on my scans that I'm sharing, I believe they are here. There we go. Weak stocks down, strong stocks up. But I have modified. Now you can take this. I mean, the modification is pretty simple, but probably make the modification over the weekend. I think I had myself on mute. Yeah, well, the Dow's down 424. That's just the index. Asking me why? Well, uncertainty. Tech is getting kicked today. COVID, take your pick. What I was saying about Twitter when I accidentally had myself on mute, though, is that there's 700 million in the float. A lot of times, what happens is, yes, the stock has the big gap down. This happened, of course, after hours. You can see there's the big gap down after hours. Here's the pre-market. Many times you're not going to see a continuation move down once the market opens. The main move has already taken place. Now look, the main move obviously was from 52 down to 44. I get it. But it's still giving us a great trade. Wow, woo. Is this an earnings play? I don't think it is. Yes, it is an earnings play. So, we're in earnings season, and this is why we're getting these moves of some of these stocks, even with high floats when they're release earnings, especially in a market like now, they're just getting crushed. So, why would I look at Woo in the first place? Again, it's not just because it was showing up on that list, but you have to look at the longer term time frames. And so, when I saw this, I said, well, okay, I mean, it's got some support down here on 1840. That's $20 stock. So, I mean, it has room to keep falling if it wants to. Look at the monthly. It's the same kind of thing. That's why you get used to looking at longer term time frames. So, I mean, even though I'm an intraday trader, I mean, a lot of people say, well, why would you, if you're an intraday trader, why would you have a daily, weekly, and monthly chart? Why do you care? Because that could tell us, not all the time, of course, but it can tell us, well, how much more can a stock keep moving in the direction you want it to. Have they opened? SQZ is opened? Yeah, it didn't show up. Unfortunately, did not show. What was the IPO price? brave to be doing IPOs now. 16, so it's under, wow, so it's underneath. How about the, and thank you very much. So it's under also. Well, there's no, if you're talking about an alert, you're talking about a scan that shows it. No, we don't actually have the EMAs. You can easily put them on your charts, Mojo. That's what, that's that orange. So I just put them on the charts. There's the orange line is the 8 EMA and the blue line is the 20 SMA. Okay, no, there's no scan. We don't even have EMAs as a filter. Lou is Goldman Sachs. Okay. Well, pretty tough. Just one moment, please. Pretty tough in this market. Exactly. We don't have EMAs, Mojo. You cannot create one. No. If you, it's been asked a million times. Always better coming from a customer. So you want to send something to info@trade-ideas.com and say, listen, I want EMAs. I want to be able to create an alert for those. Just throw it in. The more the merrier. Now, remember I was talking about, wow, completely lost sight of Nuva. Nuva's an earnings play. I believe I said it had three downgrades. Yes. Wow, BLRX. It'll just, don't hold your breath. I don't want to get your hopes up. I mean, if it happens, it's certainly not going to be, I wouldn't call it short term, but they will say something like, we'll pass this on to development. BLRX, guys, is right back up over 3 now. Again, if it can take this out with any oomph, I'm going to stick an alert around 314 to see if it can really clear that area. Wow, Western Union is just cascading down here. I'm really interested in Goose underneath 31, guys. As a short, you can see, I mean, there's a support way down here on that weekly chart. Doesn't release earnings until November 5th. I know. I'm not supposed to short Canada Goose, but sorry. Wow, 11:41 already. So I believe it is Andy today. I'm just going to do a check to see, make sure that it is Andy today. Yeah, I mean, look, it has to clear it. You know, not by a penny. You know, it's got to really. That's why I have an alert set. You know, a little bit. You know, about 10 cents above all this area. It's really got to clear it. Look at ping, guys. This is another. Look at this ping. Not the golf clubs, but through the 200-day moving average, and underneath it's got a little bit. It's got some room. Let's see if ping can take a 28. Yeah, stick an alert. Oh, it's Chris. Ah, okay. The new guy. It's fast. I just find this sort of action fascinating. I mean, you know, all this right there, kind of blocking it. Yeah, made it over by about a couple of pennies, but it's really got to clear it. BLRX. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I have to readjust my headset. Just a second. That was quick. All right. Yeah, I guess it depends what you're trading. I mean, if you've got to be able to short. You know, you got to be willing to short. I agree. It's a very tough market if you're not willing to short. And I'm not saying that you just pick any stock and short it and it's going to work. I don't get, you know, nothing is unfortunately even that easy. But, and I'm not just picking on you, Noof. Are you from Newfoundland? Or is it just, or is it New F? All right, guys, I think I told you I've been monitoring. There is a new, all right, eyes the buy that builds the boats. So yeah, this on the I'll call it the experimental AI. It had SRRK as a short at 41.80. I'll show you what I'm talking about. This is maybe going to be released. There it is, 41.80. Only one alert. Oh, I missed that pop. I was shoot. Well, I missed that pop for TCDA. I know William is short it now, but look at this, the only strong stock up. I'm really liking this, guys. It's really helping me zero in on some, just continuation plays. Yeah, I'm really interested in Ruth. I mean, Ruth gets underneath this 1092 or so. It's an earnings play, and it's got room to move. I mean, it's sitting right on that weekly ADMA, but so SRRK, interestingly, is sitting right on its financing, 39. So right on top of its financing. Was it 2.3 or 2.7 million shares, or at 39 or 3 million, something like that. Yeah, we're starting to get a few bottoming tails on Twitter on the 15-minute chart right here. So this may signify a bit of an uptrend. But as Real is saying, there's the, I mean, it is. Now, I don't know where your ADMA is, of course. $41.78. Let's take a look. TWTR. Let's see how far away. It's sort of the same. I mean, I have it at 40. I mean, for a $41 stock. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the. Actually, it looks like it's virtually the same, Real. You're talking about the 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. It looks virtually the same. I don't know if you can see my chart. Expand this, I mean, it's right there. So I think it's virtually the same. Even though I just don't think there's that much of a difference, or maybe we're not looking at pre-market. I have no idea. All right, guys, I will put the just a second here. I'm just looking at. So as Real is saying, until it really breaks that on the 8 EMA and the 5-minute chart, until it really breaks it, just stay in the trade. Tried right there, but not. I don't know how much it has to break. It's not something that I pay as much attention. I probably should. But I do know, I said at the beginning, this could be an all-day short for Twitter. Look at the 15-minute chart. We've only had one green candle. That was a pretty big one, but only one green candle. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the volume too. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement here. I will be taking my break very soon. Chris will be in the YouTube feed, and I would say, well, he'll be there definitely by noon. Excuse me. Yeah, we got those bottoming tails, so I mean, it's trying to show us that the sellers are maybe getting a little bit tired here. I mean, these are little bottoming tails. But as Real says, I mean, it's the decreasing volume right there on that 5-minute chart. Well, yeah, I've just covered some only because it's about $1 from my re-entry, so I've just covered some. I know, Real, I know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's starting to, I mean, I think it's prudent to take, I mean, there's even a little cross here, a little bit of a cross on the 2-minute chart, right there. ADMA crossing above the 20. I'm definitely, I mean, it gets close to 42, I'm out. I can always reshort it. I'll always get back in if I want to reshort it. Just leave it blank. I mean, it's, I can't imagine. Somebody said that they were able to put one in, but I mean, it's $8.99. So I just leave it blank. Okay, guys, Ruth on the way down. Watching the market too. I mean, you know, that'll influence Twitter to a certain extent also. I mean, if all of a sudden you get a big pop, you know, you always want to, you know, within reason, be on the side of the market. Bain Capital. Is Romney still involved? I don't know if he's... Okay, give me a moment, please. Romney long gone? Okay. I wasn't sure. All right. Okay, I'll give you a minute, Chris. All right. Tell me exactly when you start to stream, please, and then I'll stop the my stream. You're set? Okay, no problem. Okay, I'll stop right now.
All right, I am on the mic, Chris Varley here, filling in for Andy. Can I get a sound check? Everybody can hear me? Thank you, Esther. All right, so open floor for anybody. Any questions anybody has? Wide open. Any topic is fair game. All right, if no questions, maybe go through some charts, some things that I was looking at. Almost a trigger, two pulled today against my better judgment of the elections coming up, so I decided to hold off. Why is volume so important? Well, volume can give us confirmation. You know, I would say that, when you're looking at anything, excuse me, when you're looking at anything in any sort of trend with the volume, it gives you a confirmation of how much conviction the buyers or sellers really have involved in what they're doing. It plays a role in how fast it will move. But that also matters on the float, I would say too, as well as the volume and how fast something is going to move. Something with a really large float, it can have a high volume, but it doesn't mean it's moving very quickly. Relative to something with a lot of volume that has a really small float. For example, small bio versus Coca-Cola. Best scanner for day trading? I mean, I don't think there's a best scanner for day trading. There's no crystal ball on day trading. There is no scanner that's gonna find something early before it makes the move necessarily. Lots of scanners can find the early things. The question is, does it have follow through? And that's where chart time, seat time, all those things come into effect. Nothing. There's no substitute for experience. All these scanners, they're really nice and all that. They guide us. They help us find the setups, the things that we're looking for. But it has to be the individual that finds that confirmation in the chart that they're looking for, whatever the patterns that they like. So me being more of a moved more towards a swing trader than from a day trader, as if I was here doing a live support the other day, and I said I kind of moved away from day trading just because I have my issues with obeying my discipline, my rules, not moving the goalposts, if you will. So it makes it a little easier for me swing trading, be a little more patient. I can take a smaller size. I don't squirm as much if something moves against me. And so that's why I kind of move towards swing trading. And those are the patterns that I look for. I really like kind of the cup and handle pattern. I like to see, long bases, maybe coming out of a few weeks base or longer, base building on base. So something that was really caught my eye this morning. And if it didn't have such a big gap, I might have done was PLT here today. I really like how it just built out of these bases. So we zoom back out here, you can really see this long base for months and months kind of creeping. Gets up into the gap, comes back down, but you're finding the support right back here again. And, I looked at it last night and I thought to myself, with earnings behind it, that was really something that I like. But that gap, it's nice, but that gap up is nice. But then you take a look at what the SPY's done up here today, and the fact that we have elections in a couple of days, and anybody's guess is as good as anybody else's what the results really will be of that. Everybody says, oh, all this volatility. It would be kind of ironic that if there was no volatility after the elections, since that's what all the experts are calling for. Is there a scanner for cup and handle? I have something that I'll share that I use in my evening scans. It's what I use to find the cup and handles. It's not, once again, not perfect. Go through chart by chart in the evening, and that's where I get all my, everything that I find, I put into my like symbols and I track them, through this one scanner. So let's see, we call it my evening scan 2. There it is. Out of my cloud, and in the words of Barry, make sure you save it to the cloud. So copy, drop that link for you, Iris, and there you go. And we'll just go over what I am looking for in that really quick here. So in the configure, we see that I am looking at stocks that I like to trade on the lower end of price, $4 to $35, although I really do prefer to stay over $10. Some relative volume. I like to keep that about 1. Stocks where we've got some liquidity, the volume of the day at least is over 350,000 shares. I want to see it finish in the upper 3/4 of its day range, and I want it to be breaking out of a range. I don't want to see something that's, right in the middle grounds of everything like that. So 85% of the low in 20 days. And I also, things that can, move. They don't take big institutional movements to move them, so I keep it under 250 million in the float. I just sort it by the change from dollar here on the biggest winners. I don't think that has any influence on anything that anybody's doing, but you take that and you can add or subtract anything or change those values how you might see fit. But generally, that's giving me, what I was kind of just showing in that PLT here. It's giving me these kind of patterns here, that loop there, coming down there. And if you want a decent book, I think, that I read that kind of moved me in this direction of trading, that I found it to give me some success, is How to Make Money in Stocks by William J. O'Neill. Hey, Mike C., how are you? So, again, there are no crystal balls, there are no magic, but I can tell you one thing with the William J. O'Neill book. He looks at these kinds of patterns starting, I believe, somewhere in the 1890s, moving right all the way up through the financial crisis. So, when you see a pattern that works for, 100 days or longer, excuse me, 100 years or longer, it, probably has some viability to that. And to bring it back to that question that was asked earlier, as far as volume goes, he discusses in the book how volume plays a role into those patterns. Other questions we have: Holly questions, linking questions. We could run through some sectors, I guess, take a look at what's going on around the horn. So we'll pull up, this is my ETF sector list here that I kind of created. Probably could use an updating. I haven't updated it in a couple of months, but we see that, oil, which generally has been the laggard of everything for months and months and months, today is having a day, I suppose we'll call it, but that's just an ugly chart. Everything declining, pushing right down, pressure, pressure, pressure. It's funny, I tweeted something a few months ago, a caption this for this chart here. And, you just think of how the mighty have fallen. Look at ExxonMobil, just, what an awful chart again. You got to wonder, do these giant oil people be able to pivot in the changing world, or are they too sluggish? Are they too big? Are they too stuck in their own ways to come up with anything new and innovative to move with the times that are changing? Silver's something I've liked for a long time, although dipped below $24. I saw today earlier. I haven't checked on it in a while. That takes a little steam out of my engine for it, but I still like the precious metals, and I still like silver, especially because it's a component in electronics. And well, they are not going to stop making smartphones and computer boards anytime soon. So, but silver's kind of hanging around here. You'd like to see it hold this area here. That 20 range right there. That's where things could really start to fall apart. But as we look, pretty much everything across the board's taking a hit. Do I know if there's a scanner for hidden pivots? Nothing that's a hidden pivot. Everything we have is the SRS1, R1, R2s. As far as that goes, those relate to pivot and resist, or support and resistance lines dating back a day, first and second lines, or first and second resistance. So we'll bring up here just a new A window, and if we go here, so this is kind of what we have right here as far as that goes. You can do it in dollars or percentages on those lines, and then you can use the filters to bring it in as close as you want to those lines. I guess bring those numbers in real close to the line if you're looking for a bounce, one way or the other, or something to kind of touch and fail. So yeah, I mean, just come, open up any kind of scanner. So if you go into the search tab, Iris, um, just go into search terms and start typing pivot or distance, and it's going to give you those options that are right there. And from there, you have to do what I've done, or countless other people do. Start plugging in values and seeing what those values result in. Do you have a good feel for it now, Iris? Or I don't think I can get it a whole lot bigger on you there. So they're not. This is not a filter I've actually honestly used too much. I kind of, like I said, I like to pull up things and narrow down my list. I use my liked list to to narrow down exactly what I'm looking at. It's kind of something that I actually stole from Barry some time ago. Not exactly the same concept that he uses for his symbol list, but the idea of, I just feel like more data equals analysis paralysis. So I just want to keep as few symbols as I can involved, and just go through every day and update. As I go through today, probably some things here won't be looking so hot. PBI traded a week from a year ago, that'll probably be coming off the list. These kinds of things here. um, if they don't break what I would consider a major support line, VSTO kind of hanging in there. Bring that line up there. We see it drop below that. Let's call it 1950 level or so, maybe a little bit below that. We'll lose on the cut. Um, can I Fibonacci? I guess it's its own support and resistance. It has merit like Fibonacci, but it's not the same formulas. The formula that creates those lines is different than the Fibonacci. Can I share? Do you want my liked list? Is what you're looking for? When you say can I share, Iris, is it that my liked symbol list? Is that what you're looking for me to share? I think I can do that. Let's see here. Tools, symbol list, I liked. Um, and let's see. Well, that's not going to come out exactly how we want it there. Hmm. I'm not. I'll try to share that with the Iris. When I put it into the chat here, it just comes up where it's going to put it all like it's one giant symbol, which will be fairly confusing to try to decipher what's four and three-letter symbols. Hmm. All right, that's something I'm gonna have to work on for you there, Iris. If you shoot an email over to info@tradeideas.com when I have some more time to pick through the symbols, I'll get you that list over to you. So we'll close back out of that. But the less symbols, the better for me. People make all kinds of analysis and trading to sports or poker. For me, I always think of when I was learning to play golf as a young teenager. One of the guys that was helping me learn, he's the owner of a course that my family was friends with. He always said, if you're thinking, you're stinking. The hardest 6 inches of golf is in between your ears, and it can apply to trading. I think a lot of times, if you have a strategy, a plan that you have implemented, it works, you've tested it, execute it. That's it. Don't overthink it, don't overplay it. 40 scanners is not going to make anybody a better trader. When I first started with Trade Ideas years and years ago, I had probably every single scanner that Jamie, Steve, and Andy offered on my screen, and I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. And I found that as I eliminated scanners with what did or did not work for me, that I improved for sure. So come back if more questions. Start throwing them at me. And other than that, we'll start going back through around the horn here on the sector. So we see right up here, silver and gold coming into that time of year. Silver and gold. And then we got the regional banks, KRE, which brings me to something else that I like. Um, Bank United. This is one that it's triggered my price alert, but again, just with the backdrop of the market, today the SPY moved back to the yearly opening range around that 323 level. So it's kind of kept me out of any trades that I was going to enter today. They fit all the right criteria. I just decided to stay away from them sheerly because of the unknowns and a lot of things matching up. Just thought I'd stay away from them for today. But this BKU here, Bank United, is something I really like. I mean, once again, go back through it here. Look at that chart. You can see here that crash out that happened, at the beginning of the pandemic. But we built a base here, or we created a base here. We built on that base here. We built on that base again. And here we are again, moving what I would say looks like to be off that base once again. I set that alert around 2520 and almost had me in, but once I started seeing that SPY move down against me and it's a Friday, I decided that I would not go into the weekend holding anything new unless it really showed me some strength. Or, well, it's noon. If we see around that 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock hour when the magic PPT people come in and start buying, I might pull the trigger at that point, but for now we'll hold off. So, but just looking, that's in this here where again, built a base on the regional banks, built a base is held. Do we start to move off it again and Bank United benefits from that sector? Time will tell. Back to the junior silvers here. Regional banks, again, same thing here. You got that declining 200. Rubber meets road. So Angel says, I'm a premium subscriber. Yeah, so if you head over to the YouTube channel, you will find everything that's basically ever been done archived over there. You have to sift through all that content, but there is a ton of good content over there. All the 5 o'clock webinars are saved, and I think you'll find that, with the exception of Barry, most of us are all more swing traders than day traders. I'll continue moving around here. Natural gas, something that I never really pay attention to be honest, other than when my gas bill comes in. But, again, metals and mining, just, it's holding up here, holding up here. You gotta wonder, all these banks printing and printing and printing. I be honest, I thought we would have seen a bigger move, but, it's hanging in there, it's hanging in there. Healthcare, same thing here. So, you can see a lot of these indices here. They're moving just kind of like, more or less the SPY has. You've had these run ups and you've had this pullback now. And if you trace everything back, and just watch, things are either moving towards their yearly opening range or they're moving towards the beginning pandemic range. I don't know if any of you use Twitter, but if you follow the right people on Twitter, it is a trove of knowledge. There are some different people that are actually more futures traders that I follow, and I've never traded futures, although I follow a lot of it closely because of how close it relates to what we're doing in individual stocks. Most of the things that we track have some sort of linking towards what the major indices are doing or major ETFs are doing. And one of the gentlemen that I follow that's been a long time trader, he constantly bangs on this whole opening year range, and it is something that has kind of helped guide me and keep me out of trouble. And I've been watching here, especially the SPY, if we can find it here. Let's see, SPY. Just everything kind of lining up with this beginning of the year opening range right here. Go right back here, and is it coincidence that we fall right back to this line that I drew half a year ago? I doubt it. you know, Technical analysis, it's not a crystal ball, but it sure gives us a good guide for where things could possibly be headed if then. And look, this line right here, I probably drew this line 7 or 8 months ago, and here we go, banging on it, banging on it, banging on it. So we're back into this range of the opening year. We broke out of it back here in July and August to take those new all-time highs. We pulled back here to the opening range, and here we are again. So, while I don't trade the futures, I don't trade the SPY necessarily, it certainly gives us a guide to, you taking a position size. Am I holding the whole position size? Am I moving off that whole position size? These are kind of the little things that, take time to go over. But as I started, Twitter, it's a great source of knowledge. If you can filter out the noise, you can filter out the nonsense. There are, dozens of really great traders on there with some really great knowledge. They're not giving you entry and exit points, but they're giving you great guidance, just like what I was alluding to from one of the people that I follow. Larry Williams. Is he on Twitter, Mike C? Let's pull up, see. Larry Williams. Let's see. Nope, I don't follow any Larry Williams. Commodities trader, risk disclosure. Yeah, yeah, I see him here. Nope, I don't follow him, but put him on my list to check out here. So he's followed by a few of the people that I follow. Well, Brian Shannon follows him. Brian Shannon is someone that I think, anybody that really wants to learn technical analysis, especially using VWAP and anchored VWAP, Brian Shannon's a must follow. Anything, that he writes, he just did a, repost on his 5-day moving average. And that's a really great one for, following the momentum. Some of the people that I follow on Twitter, well, you could check me out on Twitter if you like, and run through it. The person that I was alluding to earlier, as far as the futures trading goes, is Pax Trader. I believe it's at PAX777. My Twitter handle is this here. Get it typed in here. So that's me on Twitter. Hopefully, I don't offend anybody with my with anything that I'm tweeting. Free country and all that kind of stuff. Everybody entitled to their views and opinions, as long as you're not trying to hurt anybody. Um, but with that said, I mean, you can, check me out and run through kind of who I follow. Just because I'm following someone today doesn't mean I will be following them tomorrow. But like I said, if you can filter out the noise, it's just an incredible wealth of knowledge. In all honesty, how I found trade ideas and started trading was through Twitter itself. Um, a completely self-taught trader I am. So, several years ago, I knew how to buy and sell a stock from some casual investing I did, but I knew nothing about any of these kind of supports, resistance, moving averages, how ETFs, sectors worked, any of that kind of stuff. And between all the webinars with trade ideas and then, doing my own due diligence, that's how I found everything. Thanks, Mike C. No running for any office anytime soon. The only office seat I want is the one I'm sitting in right now. Let's see, we got a question here. If I have a scan and want all the names that have more than 100K cash to be highlighted in red. I'm not sure what you mean by 100K cash on that question. If you can elaborate on that, please. 100K cash to be highlighted in red. In the cash filter, like, do you mean the price filter, like what I'm highlighting now here over in the my liked? Or the change from open? The company has more than 100K cash, would like for it to be red. I mean, you can't. You can change the color scheme on the top list if that's what you're looking for, and then filter the top list according to that column. So, um, you know, you can add that column if you want. So if we go to configure here and we look at columns, you can look at any of these possible columns here. If you don't see what you're looking for, you come to search and search for that column. So we write cash, and these are the two that we have: cash to debt ratio or just cash, and we can add it show column, and then you can come back over to the columns list here, select it here, and you can choose that as what you're sorting on. So if that's what you're referring to, so that when you come back out to your list, so we'll come here, and now we're choosing that. So, oops, sorry, I don't think I picked that right. So we have that as a column here now. It's a selected column. That's going to be on my columns list. I come over to sort, and now we're going to look for cash. All right, so I've now chosen cash, and we see on my, it's telling me what I changed about my list here. So now I'm sorting by cash with the biggest winners on the top. We click OK. I'm going to come and look for that column now, actually. So there it is, cash. I'm going to double click that. So that is what we are following. We're going to drag that as well over so that it can be more in the focus of what we're doing on the window. So give me another second to drag it. So now it's in line with how I like to look, symbol, price, and now we've put cash over here. And if that gets you to what you're looking for as far as that goes, so you know, and that's how we've sorted. Now you can click through as you continuously click it. It's going to click, from top to bottom, basically on what the cache is looking like, bottom to top. And if you want to change the color, come in here to properties and selected colors, and then you can have a field day in here for as far as your color scheme goes, what you want to do in here, and select. As you can see, the more negative you get, the redder you're getting, vice versa. The more positive you get, the greener you're getting, white being right in the middle. Did that help answer your question as far as that goes? Excellent. Glad I could help with that. We're just going to go back in here. I'm going to just get rid of that column. So same way that I added, I come back into column and I just shoot it back over to this side. So we went from selected columns, I selected it and just use the arrows to move it back over. And I want to go back to sorting on my change from open on dollars. I've always tried to kind of switch it to change from open and percentage, but for some reason I like looking at dollar signs more than I like percentage signs. The influence of Barry having me try to look at more of what a stock's doing on a percentage basis, because obviously, a 10% move in a $1 stock, versus the 10% move in a $100 stock, going to be a big difference in the sizing that one might take in those two different stocks. 4 years, all right. So you should have a pretty good handle on the platform, I believe. Is anybody in here gearing up for the test drive, or is everybody here just a subscriber already? Well, let's see. Bank United starting to move off that level. We break today's opening range, so we come back to that whole thing where I discuss opening range, opening day range, opening year range, and all of a sudden, I do like Bank United right back up into touching that 27 level again. And again, no crystal balls on any of this stuff, but it certainly gives us a lot of good if-thens and how that plays into, what our rule set is, our personal rule sets that we've created for ourselves. Excellent, subscriber already. Excellent. So Bank United holding in tight there. Would have liked it to have done this yesterday, but we work with the market we are given, not the market we want. PLT right in that middle of today's range. You look at that big wick down, that big wick top, and where are we going from here? First Hawaiian, who's going to Hawaii these days? The travel industry, yeah, it just feels like a heavy chart, I'm not big on the trend lines, but just for fun, if we were to draw one, not looking too healthy right now on that trend. You want to see it break that trend, coming back up into maybe that 18 range, but other than that, 200 day putting pressure on it right there as far as the intermediate goes here. Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Attempt to break out, but a lot of fails. Like I said, I'm not huge into trend lines as a personal preference, but they certainly have their merits, like anything else. And again, it's what works for you. It's what works for you. CRTO, this was one that I was talking about yesterday with some of the other traders. Really like this one here. Closed strong and it continues right into today again. Earnings are behind it now. Um, you know, and you can see this major resistance line starting to move away from that. And, again, smaller price stock. So, a dollar, dollar 20 here, possible movement. We can hold that 17 level, continue to move off of it. So these are some of the symbols that are, on my liked list. And, you know, certainly have my interest and in my excitement. And then, for those of you that like to look at, some of those named crosses here, we had a golden cross happen a while ago back here in September as far as the 50 and the 200 crossing. You just had the 20 cross the 50. Now all these moving averages are fanning out. So, it would be nice to see a couple of days consolidation here before we get a move up forward again. But, been one of those wacky markets where you think you want something to consolidate to get you movement, and next thing you know, you're getting something like what JKS did. And there was no consolidation here, it was just step, 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 step. And I mean, you want to talk about going parabolic, look at that thing. Never, I was looking at it and it just never gave me a comfortable chance to enter that trade, or at least what I felt comfortable with, where I didn't feel like I was chasing everybody else. Yeah, you got to wonder the influence of the Robin Hood traders. Who knows? Who knows? Anybody's guess. So a lot of red on my liked symbols here. Probably be a weekend where I'm weeding out probably 50% of these or more at this point. And if we look at what my evening scan has got lined up at the moment, not a whole lot on that evening scan right there. So it looks like I'll have a short work weekend as far as it goes on going through all these scans here. So um, that's my one go-to on the weekends here. I like it because it's a top list. I don't have to run back in the history of it. I don't need it to be doing any specific events to make it an alert list. So it keeps things easy. No running the history, no worrying about the do not repeat function, showing me a million. Because if you're familiar with running the history on an A window, you can't run it with a do not repeat on the history. So if something's coming through 1,000 times, you're stuck with it 1,000 times. That's where I find my biggest use as far as the T windows go. So, we were talking about before the cup and handles, that this is kind of what I like to use to look for those cup and handles. And once again, so we'll zoom back out and see if any of these are giving me that kind of look that I'm looking for. And, this really isn't giving me how I want it. You wanted a base to build here, but it didn't build the way you'd like to see it as far as those cup and handles go. The base is here. We moved up. There's our cup. You would have wanted to see this build the base here, and it didn't. It failed. So, again, does this become a base? We'll see. And it goes back to those stocks around that $10 range. Something that I, as a personal observation, 0 to $1 stocks trade a certain way, $2 to $5 stocks trade a certain way, 5 to 10 another, and 10 and above. And as you move up in those, I've just kind of noticed, a personal observation. Someone else might have a different view on it, but they just all kind of have their own personalities a little bit, and that's my takeaway from that, and why I've kind of steered away from those smaller stocks, especially that price. You'll also find a lot of those smaller stocks, those lower floats, and you never know when you got one of those, trading rooms, no names mentioned, but if they're doing anything to pump and move any of those stocks. So, Just kind of where I like to steer away from some of those things. Let's see, CAV. Again, just kind of failed. Here's our base from the big sell off. Built the base, that kind of cup and handle looking starting here. So there's one cup trying to make that handle, but it just failed and failed again. So, and as we see my T list here for my evening scan, some of them are just falling out of favor here as the market starts to flounder around here again on that 15-minute chart. We banged on the opening year range, started to move back off it, starting to come back down it. It's like a big magnet, that orange line there. Now this one here, a little more interesting. So let's, for fun, draw a line. We're going to mark this guy up here. Avid, under that 10 range. However, this is something that I've watched on and off for a few years, to be honest. A symbol I always see in coming in and out. So look at that. We can draw it right to that gap and that sell-off from last August. We touched and we touched and we touched, and we are touching once again. So again, we go back to that sell-off here. We bottomed out. We built a base. Base is held. Not sure what this hiccup was here. Maybe earnings. Yep, earnings. So there's our earnings. And we bounced right back from those earnings, whatever they did. I don't know if the earnings were good or bad or indifferent. I don't really care, to be honest. And we're banging right back on that level again. Look at how many times we're touching that level. And you can look at this level. It's a level of interest going all the way back to mid 2019. We're just kind of always coming back to that level. So, that's how I'm looking at things. Again, zooming in a little bit here now. So look, we built a base. We built a base. We built a base. And I do like it. We're gonna, as a matter of fact, we're gonna like it right now. We're liking that symbol. It's going on the list early this week. And this all goes back to two things where I get this kind of idea and these bases from is Steve Gomez. He talks about those horseshoe ups, and it was a strategy that he had created some time ago for Holly. I haven't seen it make the cut in a bit of time here, but that horseshoe up, horseshoe down strategy, these are the kind of things that it's looking for. Cup and handle, however you prefer to call it. And, they're not patterns that I like to see develop in a short amount of time. I would say the shortest amount of time that I personally am looking at these patterns, a minimum of 4 weeks. I'd prefer to see 6 or 8 weeks kind of building on those patterns. The longer that it's holding those lines, I think the more strength it has to make those moves up. And, those moves, when you do get them, if you're in at the right time, those are when you can see those much bigger moves in the swing trading, and you can share size less. So on the sides, on those trades when you're moving down, I feel like I'm punished less and rewarded more. Something that, I had some good risk to reward here on some time ago. I believe it's LMPX. I'm not currently in it anymore, but it was shortly after Holly alerted here. It was just a happy accident that she did, but it had made my evening scan. And I really liked it here. It was around the 7th of September I found it. And, it never got me in trouble here. So my entry point on that was somewhere in here around the 11th or so. And it took a small dip down. But, I was in it just under 19. It came down to just a little under 18, so it wasn't like it was a major dip. And, look at that reward that I got. So where, if I was day trading something like that and I got to take 500 shares or whatever it is, to try to get that move that I'm looking for to make what I'm looking for in a day trade, I could take many, many, many less shares and hang on longer, and I can shed those shares on my way up here. And that was the basis, one of the big basis of me for moving towards the type of trading that I'm doing now. It doesn't mean that, let's say, for example, I entered something on a day trade and it happened to be a day where it moved all of a sudden a great percentage amount. Odds are I might be taking something off the table to lock a little something in. let the rest run. So, and then I didn't get this here, unfortunately. I had made a move up into here and thought that that was $10 move was happy enough for me and moved off of it. And hindsight being 2020, this is also the beginning of me making that move. I've only been moving over to swing trading for a little over a month. Hindsight's always 2020. If I had held some more, that was quite the move that it made. And I believe there was some news event here that caused this. Would have been nice to have it, but again, always a process, always learning. As I drone on and on here about all this, there must be some question out there. I see all you watching. Someone's got to have something they want to ask, about the platform, scanners, Holly. I'll pause for dramatic effect. I guess the silence means I'll just continue then. So we'll come back through some of these here. What's been beaten up on my list. This was actually something I believe I just liked today. Let's see, I liked it on the 30th. So yes, I liked it today. No one ever gets exact bottom or top. No, that's anybody that tells you they're buying tops and bottoms is an absolute liar. Doesn't mean people never get a bottom or never get a top, but something that actually I took from many of the webinars, the Monday webinars with Jamie. If you can catch that middle part of the meat, 30, 40, 50, 60% of the move, from that middle area, top to bottom in that range, if you can get that chunk of that trade every time, or any of those trades every time, you will be way ahead of the game. That's for sure. So just something else on the my liked features that I really like for narrowing my symbols down. I don't have to put annotations here on these charts. I was doing it for fun. It was actually some other experiment I was doing. But if we look at LMPX here, well, I'd taken it off. Let's see. I bet Ally still has it. So yeah, Ally here is something that I've been looking at. I had noted it on here, the 7th of September. But so you don't have to fill up your charts with those kind of things. It can tell you when you like the symbol. Now, I didn't like Ally, I believe, on that day. I actually only added it on the 28th of September, but you can see it right here. Ally was added September 28th at 10:29 a.m. is when I liked that symbol. So it's another great way if you're narrowing down your symbols, how you want to trade them, however you want to trade them, and you can say, geez, when did I like that symbol? When did that symbol get on my list? Well, you've got it time stamped right here for you. If you wanted to track when you took it off the list, then you'd have to manually figure out that yourself, add it that way. My thoughts on SPI. I have a feeling that was a big runner a few weeks ago. Yeah, my thoughts on that is, in general, those are the things I stay away from, because those are what I tried to trade early on in my trading journey and found out the hard way that is a really fast way to lose money. That is my thoughts on it. However, if we take this big spike out, what do I see here? Well, we could call it the start of a base. So if we take that big sellout off here, we see maybe some sort of a base filling in here. Try to move up off that base, and we see another base possibly forming here, but I'll bring it back to Brian Shannon. Something that I took from him as well is overhead supply. There is a lot of overhead supply on this stock. Let's bring up my trusty drawing tool. We'll crudely draw some things on here. You have a lot of bag holders up here, There's our crude drawing of a bag that someone's going to be holding, and you have not everyone that got it in this range, but you have a lot of people that bought it here, and they are holding on to, please God, if it ever gets back to anywhere in this range, I'll sell and I'll never do this again. And so I would suspect at least the way I would be playing this, is that every single time you start to get into these levels here, and I'm drawing levels more based on dollars, so this $20 range, $30 range, $40 range, you are going to see people exiting, trying to recoup whatever they lost. And especially if it does anything, because, year end tax purposes, not so far around the corner, things of that nature. Uh, you know, do you want to be holding that loss into the year end? Do you not want to be? How is that going to play into people's portfolios? All of those kinds of things. So I would suspect that every time this stock tries to get picked up off the ground, there's going to be a bunch of sellers just waiting there to exit their positions and bringing it right down that line there. So if you didn't have this big run up there, I'd feel different about what we're looking at on these two little bases here. But because of all that overhead supply there is plenty of stock to be sold, I would imagine there. And the supply will not be in short demand. So therefore, bring it back to the house on the block. There are a lot of houses on this block to sell. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Again, that's just my kind of vision on it. I could be 100% wrong, but that would be how I would be making my decision as far as that goes. So get rid of all those drawings there. Some other chart we want to look at. Let's look at, until if there's nothing else popping up, we'll look at my favorite stock to take a shot at. I was on a podcast at the kind of towards the beginning of the pandemic, and I had a rant about Twitter and how it's, this should be $1,000 stock or more, for what Twitter offers people to do. Like I said, if it wasn't for Twitter, I would have no idea of anything that I'm talking about on as far as trading goes. Not that I have an idea of what I'm talking about, but at least I sound like I know what I'm talking about, I suppose. And like I said, Twitter brought me so much education, opened my eyes to so many things as far as the market goes, and well, food and diet and things like that. Some great things that I took from Twitter. And the fact that Twitter cannot get out of its own damn way, I continuously bang on the people that run it for various number of reasons. But it just can't get out of its own way, Twitter. And even today, Holly decides that she is not a fan of Twitter. That's all there is to it, Smashed after earnings last night. Although it's not alone on that, that's for sure. It comes back down to this no man land. But once again, we look at this cup and handle. Cup and handle. Started a cup and handle. You had that gap, though, that makes this last base here suspect. And well, that gap got smashed right through. Yeah, no, you hit it there. You hit it right on the handle there as far as Twitter goes. So, I love the app. I love the concept of it. A lot of tricky stuff when it comes to it, free speech and all that kind of stuff, what's free speech, what's harming others, all areas of the water I prefer not to wade into. But what I do know is that there's just amazing content on there. And the bottom line is, uh, it's just unlimited what you could between Twitter and YouTube. I mean, you could learn how to become a mechanic between the two of them. Probably open your own mechanic shop. I don't know what the legalities of that are as far as getting licensed and that kind of thing. But my point being is that you got to wonder what's going to happen to all these big universities taking this hit and things like that. So people looking to move into what's the next big thing. Uh, you know, what comes out of this pandemic, Do these universities take a hit? Do trade schools, even though, you think, well, trade school might be somewhere someone's going, do trade schools take a hit? There's so much free information out there, Things are moving fast, things are changing, It used to be, to get a license to be an electrician, you'd go to your trade school and do your apprenticeship for, I don't know, 2 to 5 years or something like that, Demand is going to increase for these things. Do rules change because, well, we need more of these people? So do these apprenticeships go shorter, or are there ways to get around it? And like anything else, money dictates all. So, you want to look at, You want to be the first in on some new things. So, a thought that I had, a personal thought, I have worked in restaurants my entire life, is actually what my background is. And you see a lot of personal behaviors and observations in people in restaurants, and I have about 26 years of experience in restaurants. And what I am seeing now is a lot of first dates actually in restaurants. A lot of people shut down their social life for a long time. Pandemic caused a lot of breakups, and so Match and things like that, people are coming back out. Are any of those stocks primed for a big run up based on people wanting to get back out there in the dating pool? Just a thought that I had. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at any of those charts yet. However, they are something that I will personally be going through this weekend and just thinking to myself, is there a catalyst with the chart that might be propelling it? Observations that I see in my day to day life. I think that would qualify as a degree to show. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you guys hit it on there. Yeah, so I'm sure some of the things that I'm discussing here that you guys are now commenting on, I don't believe we're the only people in the world that are seeing these things. About 8 billion people in the world, and can only imagine what's going through everybody's mind. And most of us are trying to, those squirrels trying to find the nut to bury underground and let that tree grow. So, uh, you know, those are all kinds of things that I'm looking at. Once again, going back to hindsight being 2020, I was trying to day trade through the craziness of the pandemic and these sell-offs and stuff like that. And, I commend those people that had their heads about them a little better than someone like me. Uh, you know, Grabbing Zoom, some stocks like that, and just holding on to them, knowing that we were in a big changing and adapting world. And there are probably people that were holding it long before that, knowing that whether or not remote work is the future or not, or some kind of hybrid of it. There's no doubt that there are going to be some remote work that's here to stay, and so Zoom is going to have some staying power. I have a massive run up that it's had I don't know about, but you know, part of it's also being in the right one. You would have thought Slack been part of that too, and Slack is just one of those ones for some reason it just cannot get out of the mud. And Slack was one of the ones that I would have chose, to be honest, but it's one of those ones that I also find trades funny. You got 400 million in the float, and the thing just gets so whippy sometimes. It goes back to stocks have personalities, and watching those time and sales, especially during this time here, I was trading Slack a lot, and I actually had some mild success in trading it, but it was one of those ones that you know almost every time I entered the trade, I thought to myself, I share size too big, almost every single time. You're welcome, Mike C. It was, great to see you. Thanks for the support. Really appreciate that, Mike C. So, Slack is one of those ones, and I thought to myself here, we're coming back to these patterns that I like now. I'm looking back hindsight, but there's a base. It built a base. It built a base, and then it built a base, and it really shot out of that base. And I thought, wow, there it's going to go. We're going to the moon with Slack. And we fell right apart as soon as it shot up. And it's been in a downtrend since. You can look at it the other way. Built resistance, built resistance, built resistance. And if I were to guess again, it's building resistance here again. And that just downtrend, downtrend, imaginary trend line right there looking at it. All right, well, looks like Barry's streaming again, so I will snap. I'll hit snap real quick and then I'll turn it over to Barry. So Snap is among the stocks that influenced me to move over to swing trading. So I owned Snap several times, trading it over the summer, and when it made its big move a few months ago, you better believe I was jumping up and down mad. So what's the symbol there? SNAP, Snap. So I owned Snap here, and I actually held it for a few days and took like $1 move on it. And I would have never, ever been in any trouble with this stock where I had bought it back. It was back around it was back around the holiday time, somewhere in here. But I was never in any trouble with it when I bought it. And I mean, then look at that move, you got it. I was somewhere sub 20s with it, and it never got me in any trouble and moved up to here. Now, Snap here, it's benefited a lot, I would say, in all these big moves here from this whole TikTok nonsense. And is it banned? Is it not banned? How's that all going to work out? And that's where, it's kind of becoming a news driven stock. I think there was something big with it a few years ago. With one of the Kardashians hated its updates, and I think that was something that rocked it back here somewhere or something. I'm not sure exactly what that was about, but it's made that big move, and I'd be steering away from it. Obviously now, moving averages are starting to catch up, but it's a big move and a big gap to come and fill there. So, do I think retrace would be nice since it took so much territory? Yeah, I mean, if I was looking at it all, I'd want to see it consolidate, and I'd want to see it hold this gap here, and that would be the real big test. Um, it's pretty far away from that 20 moving average, and 20 moving average is something that I kind of use as a guide on my stops for my positioning size. It's not my hard fast rule. It's just part of my influence. So, as my personal kind of way that I'm doing trading now. It's I liked Snap a long time ago. I should have held it. I didn't. Hindsight again. And I'd be waiting. That's my personal thing. I want to see some consolidation. So that's my kind of thing. So, all right, guys. Really appreciate everybody in here. Thank you for letting me drone on ever so boringly about all this. And I am going to turn it back over to Mr. Barry and let him run the ship again. Thanks again, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Is that such a big deal? I don't think so. Well, this is not really I mean, even though I'm Canadian, really, I mean, I would say 99.999% we're looking at U.S. stocks. Okay, so it's not a matter of avoiding it. All right, thank you, Chris. I just can't make any comments on Toronto or CSE or anything like that because I don't follow it. There's just too much action in the U.S. market. Too many stocks with good volatility during the day, especially if you want to intraday trade as opposed to the Canadian exchanges. So if I found that the Canadian exchanges, it's impossible. I mean, there's just so many more stocks available on the U.S. market. So. All right. Is my views on shop, or you're asking Chris? Yeah, exactly. I mean, we get the question many, many, many times. Do you trade these various European exchanges or do you have access? And listen, I mean, if we thought, even the Canadian market, yes, we do scan the Canadian exchanges, but, it's somewhat limited. We're not offering charts. I mean, you can set up real-time alerts, etc. But I mean, if we thought there was a big enough market, I had one guy yesterday, and I didn't even know that. Well, I guess every country must have their own stock market, but the Italian exchange, it was the first time, in 10 years I've seen somebody wanting the Italian exchange. But all right, so I'm not sure if you asked Chris, if you're talking about shop, I mean, I just don't look at stocks this expensive. October 29th, so it had earnings yesterday, I guess before the market opened, obviously. But, you can't, it's hard to know. I mean, is it moving down because of bad earnings or just the overall market? But it's hard for me to comment on these really expensive stocks. I don't have a feel for them. Other than a great little Ottawa company, yes, still Ottawa. Okay, they haven't sold out. All right, guys, it's 1:02, so now I will do my video, and I want to just. I'm sure you probably know what's happening with me and Ruth. We're married here. All right, so if you want to follow along, or you want to subscribe, I shouldn't say follow along, but you want to subscribe to the videos that I do every day, just click on this link, my homepage link, excuse me, and you can subscribe right there. All right, so I'll do the video now, and usually about an hour after I finish, hour to 2 hours, it gets sent out by email. Okay, and I'll talk about, don't use this, you want to take out a subscription. Well, I'll come back and I'll talk about subscriptions and the promo code that you can use. All right, so I will now put the announcement in. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm now back. Wow, there's another nice, I didn't take it. I was a little distracted, but there was another nice one, and it's also showing up on my weak stocks down now. But Loco, L-O-C-O, El Pollo Loco, another earnings play. And if you have the AI, you know that it was one of the ones. In fact, it's right, almost the same percentage. In fact, let's do it right now. Look at that, 4.67. Okay, it was 4.67. Exactly the same percentage down as Twitter. So a couple of nice ones from the AI on shorting. Okay, now Visto is showing up. Vista Outdoor VSTO is showing up on that new scan that I got. But yeah, let's see, what's the market doing? Market is drifting down. So to me, if you follow the video I did today, I think that these ones that are showing up. In fact, I know I better. Yeah, I do have the earnings date. Okay, good. I think the ones that are earnings will probably work better than the ones that are not earnings. The ones that are not earnings are probably going to follow the overall market a little bit more, where the ones that are earnings, if they're bad, it almost doesn't matter. Like the market doesn't have to be moving down, if that makes sense. So this is what I'm talking about right there. Weak stocks down. So you see there's Loco, there's Twitter, there's WU, there's my Ruth. My Ruth earnings plays. You know, there's the Ruth was an earnings play this morning. PBI was an earnings play. That's the one I did not take, unfortunately. That was awesome. So we'll still have. You know, next week we have about 900 companies releasing earnings. The week after, probably, I know there's one week where it's about 1,500 to 1,800. That'll probably be around when the test drive is, so that should be exciting. And these are, you know, everybody thinks you've got to focus on all these, you know, the big names. So like, obviously Twitter is a big name, but, you know, is Ruth a big name? No. Is Western Union? I mean, Western Union is a known entity, don't get me wrong, but I don't think most people think about Western Union anymore. Ping was another one, you know, came off that list. I mean, look at it. I mean, but this is not an earnings play, but look at it. Could they also put percent up on AI? What do you mean by that exactly? This is all I look at. I mean, I know, you guys can use the AI the way you want, but there's a percent. So I'm not sure I understand what you mean. There's a percent right here. So I'm not sure what you mean by can they put up a percent. This is, I mean, you know, I probably use it differently. I mean, this is all I care about. What are the alerts? You know, show me and I can get in and out maybe during the day on these sort of plays that are strong. Well, okay, but well, these are the percentages. That's all I look at. You know, 4%, 6, right here. So here are percentages. Here's the percentages right there. So I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Why not just use that and then you can follow it all day long. The stocks that are active all day long, just sort on the aggressive price percent column, and then you can just follow them all day long. Now, does that not make sense? Oh, if you don't have it, well, okay, well, I guess I am showing you then that yes, I mean, here are the percentages right there. See, dollar amount makes almost no sense to me because as Marcus is saying, it's based on 100 shares. So, everybody might put in a different amount. I mean, I don't even use this anymore. Let me just see what it even says. Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't know. I see because I don't look at this. I don't, to be honest, I don't care about this. All I care about are the alerts themselves and managing the alerts during the day. This to me is, yeah, I don't really care. I see what you mean. It's dollar. You want percent also. I don't know. Percent is here. An aggressive, conservative. So you can have percent is here. Okay. You know what? Info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and put it in as a suggestion. Better coming from you than from the customers rather than myself. Okay. I mean, I guess ideally a toggle or something would be good, but oh, Ruth. I've actually eaten there, but look at this. Even Twitter, I'm not back in it, but even Twitter now is starting to set up, especially if the market really starts to move down again. But I mean, I think for on a percentage basis, I mean, you have a $14 stock $10 stock in Ruth, down 11% now, but look from where it started. That's the $100,000 version of Trade Ideas, the Dreamer. Sign me up. Now TCDA, I never got back in it. Could be interesting going forward, though. I mean, it's nice recovery today. 22%, lots and lots of volume. Remember, I said I wanted to short RRC earlier. That's where I found that also. The weak stocks down, right up here. Actually, we can right Where's the 15-minute? Yeah, right up here. Now this is a little more choppy, but still another earnings play. Yeah, let's take a look at, so here are the ETFs. So we have regional banks are up. Little oil services sector, ETF is up, and gold. Gold and silver. Yeah, XLF is not down that much. That's the big financial ETF, or one of them anyway. These are the little regional ones, up a little bit. Interesting that OIH is up quite a bit. I mean, you know, on a percentage basis, but XLE is not. So this is the oil services are up. And here's oil exploration. So, you know, these three ETFs, XOP, XLE, and OIH, most of the time they trade together, but not today. OIH is, you know, definitely really up. What would be a reasonable bottom support for Twitter? A reasonable? Well, let's take a look at the chart. So on the weekly chart, you can see there's a candle right there, and right around here, if you just look at the bodies, never mind that bottoming tail, you can see like 39-ish. All right, 39, that's on the weekly chart. Monthly, it'll probably look the same. Yeah, maybe 38-ish. But, you know, now if you get very aggressive, I mean, you know, I suppose it could keep falling down to here. But if you know, I think realistically on that weekly chart, maybe around 38 in that area. I mean, that is 39.50, but down here is 38. So in this area here, you might get some support. If you're talking about intraday, yeah, still using the same. I'm probably just going to keep it like that. I haven't really looked at it today. Been really concentrating on the weak stocks. I might make that part of the watch list. So, but if you're looking intraday, you know, I mean, look, the trend is, you know, certainly up right now a little bit on the 2-minute, on the 5-minute. I mean, you have some bottoming tails here, but so I don't know if you're talking intraday or long term. Okay. You know, I mean, look at the daily chart. Here's a cluster. In fact, that's a lot more clear. Look at this little cluster right here between 38 and 39. I mean, you'd like to think that that might hold it. Wow, I really missed the boat on getting back into TCDA. So, well, Siggy, I mean, my explanation. If you look at the daily chart, so this is somebody in the YouTube feed. I mean, if you look at the daily chart, again, you have this cluster right here between about 38 and 39. So, I mean, that might hold it. Yes, oh, I did answer it. Yes, yes, I'm still using the same watch list. Yes. I think I'm going to keep it the same Man, is Ruth going to take out 10? In my wildest dreams, I never thought it would come down here. I mean, there's the next low looking left is right there on that daily chart is just right at 10. TCDA. Ominous looking SPY now, guys, on the 15-minute chart. 3 down. So we have 3 up, 3 down. Like baseball. 3 up, 3 down. And we have a green candle there that looked like it might have wanted to stall it, but it doesn't look good now. Another red bar forming. What time is it? 1:34. So another 11 minutes for this one. But if this really starts to get wider and wider, look out. Especially if it takes this out. I'm just checking some more of the weak stocks to see if there's anything kind of forming here. A lot of these, of course, were showing up earlier. I'm going to have to find a way to maybe what I'm going to do. You know, we have a freeze. We can always freeze, all right? So you can freeze the window, only on a topless window. So you can freeze it, because what I really want to find out is I want to see when was the first time we had an alert or a mention in the top list. Because I know that SEM was, probably it was up here. So what I might do is after about half an hour, I might freeze the window and just do some checks that way. And so what I would do is I would duplicate the window and then freeze the original one so I can kind of check to see where the first alerts happened. Yeah, this bar is getting wider and wider and wider. There's only one strong stock. Now that would have been triggering around $5 earlier. Now, it chopped around 5 for a while, but there it is, 5.54. Take a look at some of these from my watch list, see if anything I might make a change in the filters. Especially in this market, might have to make a change in the filters to get stocks that are a little more active. Well, I'm just checking the relative volumes of some of these. 1.6. No, that's a good one. Oh, well, I guess they're not. It's not too bad. Wow, what a move! I mean, look at this on a 2-minute chart, guys. I mean, usually a 2-minute, really shorter time frames, you're going to have a little bit more froth. But I mean, look at this move from 1074 on the 2-minute chart for Ruth. Let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, we're having 2 bad months, the Qs. I mean, it was straight up. This is pandemic right here. Recovered, straight up. Wow, look at Ruth. It's now underneath, just underneath. So again, it's challenging that low right there. It's just a little bit below. I think that was 9. Sorry, it was. Well, no, actually, that low was 10:01 on the daily chart. So it's just a little bit underneath, right at it. I'm looking to cover. I mean, if any sort of a bounce off 10, I'm going to cover. I mean, if it keeps going down, though, I mean, next level is 910. Wow. MJ back. Is it really? Yeah, you're right. A little bit of a bounce. This is one that's showing up on my week list too. I mean, this one I had high hopes. I thought maybe, just maybe, and this is a bio of some sort, but I thought maybe when it got up to this level, we could have a look to see if it could start to fill that void. But look where that blue line is, and that was the line that it had to get to. Never got there. Or price alert or the price it had to get to did not get there. So, I didn't try to anticipate that it would start to fill this void in, and now look at it. That is VIVO I'm talking about. So, I mean, we might be looking at something that can continue down. I mean, now the next level down here is 1350-ish. Yeah, I don't know what I would take going long right now. Certainly, I would not be swinging anything. I mean, I think he's more prudent to wait. Just wait it out and see what next week brings. Not that next week is going to be the be all and the end all in terms of easing up on this volatility, but at least we might get a better sense. CDNA. He's talking about that in the Twitter feed. CDNA. Well, I mean, it's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours. Didn't really do anything. This morning, though, it did pop up, but it pulled back. Time to short apps, APPS. Let's see. That also was on that list earlier today. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's getting a little. It looks like it's getting a little extended. It is an earnings play. It's having actually a nice bounce, isn't it? It's going counter to the market. I mean, it's probably getting close to upper end of some channel. Getting close to the whole number. But, that is curling up. That ADMA is curling up. The 20 SMA on the 15 is curling down. So, I mean, that's, it's hard to say if this will continue. Maybe rest a bit and then have a cross. But this is definitely moving counter to the market. Here's the 15-minute here. Here's the 15-minute here. So it's definitely moving counter to the market. All right, guys, time to talk a little bit about the test drive and links, etc. All right, so again, there's the test drive link. So it starts, if you click on the link, be brought to the test drive page. So just read it, $8.99, $8.99 for 2 weeks of Trade Ideas Premium, just as if you were a premium subscriber. Runs from November 9th to the 20th. When you click on this link and sign up for it, okay, you will not get data until the 9th. So please don't inundate our support people by saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my trade ideas? Okay, you're signing up. You're basically pre-registering for it. Okay. So if you've ever wanted to try trade ideas, this is the opportune time. Also, if you're part of if you're a standard subscriber right now, you can try the premium service for the 2 weeks. Okay, and it will cost the $8.99. And just put the link for my home page in again. Okay, so if you click on my home page, link right there, brought to this page. Now, I know it says Barrett. In fact, I've got to put the promo code in. Okay, you guys are wondering what happened. Thank you, Autolika. CDC lifts the cruise ban, says companies can restart once they prove the virus protocols work. Miami Herald report. So if you're wondering why RCL and CCL are popping, excuse me, that's the reason. Let me take a look how much they popped. Yeah, that's pretty good. Look at the volume. Now, does that mean people are going to flock to take cruises? I don't know. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be brought to this page. And again, the Get Trade. So don't use that promo code. Use the HollyBoo 20, HollyBoo 20 for 20% off. Okay. So when you click on the link, this is how much it'll cost. So you get 20% off the premium annual, $22.68 a year minus the 20%, or $10.68 a year for the standard minus the 20%. The big difference is the AI between premium and standard. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can always start. In fact, this is a great time to start. Try us out. Standard 118 less the 20%. The premium 228 less the 20%. And if within 30 days you decide, I really like the program, and you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 20% promo code if you do it within 30 days. More links, my recaps right there, and also my scans are here. So on my homepage, you can get a lot of good information from my homepage. If you click on my scans now, click below to view the list of my scans. Click here. Here are all my scans here. Okay? And education. The 20 lessons in 20 days. Really, really good if you're just starting out with trade ideas. All the basic features, okay? So you don't have to struggle like, oh man, I keep hearing about this top list or alert windows. I don't know how to create them. Well, now you can. And even if you're not a subscriber, you can at least see what some of the basic features we have to offer. The support 12 to 1 in the YouTube feed. I monitor it between 9 and noon, and then another trader does take over between 12 and 1, and then I'm back 1 to 3. Here's the trading room. Of course, you're in the room. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All free. Sign up for them there. Educational videos, ebooks. Okay, so lots of information on my homepage. Yeah, there's American Airlines moving. How did Hawaiian? Hawaiian was a little bit of a move. This was a really nice week last week for Hawaiian. One of the stronger ones. Just didn't hold it because I kept thinking, wow, if you could hold this 16, it's got this void up to about 20. But as is typical, Can these cruisers hold? You know, look, here's the pop all the way up there. Remember, this was all the way down here, right back from where it started. So the news looks good, but there's a big but. Yeah, that's my can't get them all. That's my miss of the day. Just forgot to keep following it. That deal, okay, great. Glad to hear that, Larry. Well, not often does this happen, but just looking at my exit for BLRX in the simulator, almost right to the penny that I could have maximized. And it's now 42 cents away from when underneath from where I got out. All right, guys, I've covered now some of my roof. This might bounce a little. It's trying to get through 10. Covered some of my roof. Want to see if it takes below 10 again. If it takes any bigger pop off 10, I'll be completely out of it. Anything else showing up? So the goose is showing up again, but it's been a little bit choppy. Yeah, I mean, MJ on the 30-minute chart, it's gone from 1052. I mean, not that much. 1052 to 1069. I mean, it's a move, yes. Twitter looks like it's going to make another new low. Not in it. Here's the low of the day right down here, 41.29-ish. Still don't know what that means though. Companies can restart once they prove COVID-19 protocols work. I have no idea what that really means. What are the protocols? So you get tested before you go on. What happens if you, when it's dormant? I mean, I just don't know how that works. That's a great comeback though for TCDA. So this might be, you know, a little shot in the arm, of course, for the restaurants. I'm just looking at Ruth, the way it is reacting. And I'm out of it now. You know, it's almost reacting to that news. Not quite as dramatically as, say, Carnival, but all right, guys, 2 o'clock. Well, I'm assuming you're in it, so I'll try to help you along. Okay, go RCL. Exactly the same patterns. They had a 2-bar pullback on the 2-minute chart as CCL did. I'm sure NCLH might look exactly the same. Yep, 2-bar pullback. Minus 33 million. You gotta look forward, Xanadu. Look forward. You're living in the past. So even theoretically, I mean, there's an alert at 547. You know, so what did it hit? 589 from here. Yeah, Apron just got halted up. How interesting is this? Now they've been looking, I mean, there's a movement to either sell them or something like that. So this is the news that came out. I'm looking at IB 1129. Investors may be disappointed that the company ended the board's strategic review without a sale of major transaction. So who knows? Maybe they're going to announce something. I mean, that to me is more of a news halt, even though it is a volatility halt. But this could be this to me seems to be more like a news halt. So this may be longer than the 5-minute volatility halt. Let's see if we get another announcement saying that it is now a news halt. So this is what I'm talking about. Halts resumes right here. Halted because of volatility, but we might get something immediately saying it's a news halt. Remember, I had earnings yesterday. I mean, it just sank. Even though, I mean, this is interesting. I'm just reading, but solid earnings aren't enough to win the day for Blue Apron. Reported a 13% increase in revenue for Q3. Revenues per customer up 22%. Orders, blah, blah. But I think investors are really looking for some kind of either a strategic partnership or a sale. I don't know. No, I see. Okay. So Freshly's got nothing to do with Freshly is another company, obviously, but there's I guess the thinking is that if Nestle bought them, maybe somebody else will take a run at Apron. Is that the idea? Maybe. Twitter making a new low. Look at this one. I mean, this is a big one. I didn't get into this one. Colm. Is this an earnings play? Yeah, we have an earnings play. Remember what I was saying? You guys remember a couple of weeks ago? I was saying that Holly Neo usually shines a little bit during earnings season. It zeroes in on stocks that have earnings, mainly because the relative volume is high, lots of activity during the day. So, here are 3 earnings plays: Colm, Twitter, and Loco. Now these ones, are these earnings plays? That's an earnings play. And so these ones did not work, but they went on the long side. I would have been really, really reluctant to go long anything with the market doing what it was doing. So the short Neos were awesome today. 5.3, 5.2, and 4%. I don't even see a bid ask for 464, 522, but I don't believe that for Blue Apron, APRN. Oh, we're open. Okay, so it was basically a 5-minute halt. Apron's open. So this was not a news halt for it, really. No news specific, but maybe just investors thinking, or people thinking, well, if Nestle took a run and bought that Freshly, maybe somebody will take a look at Apron. Freshly is a private company, right? I don't know Freshly. Or are they a public company? Well, I'm sure they're not a public company. We would put the chart up. All right, now here are some stocks that might be topping out. Trox, TROX, getting close to 10. Especially if the market turns down. Now the market's turning up. And another one, well, Magic. So Magic didn't have earnings yesterday. Or did it? Is this the one that had earnings yesterday but we didn't have it listed? Yeah, that's the one that, or they announced a quarterly dividend. Yeah, it's like the market just had a bit of a shot in the arm with that news with CCL, etc. A lot of stocks are moving. What's Chico's, guys? Remember Chico's? Not Chico's, but the restaurant. Yeah, it's like a lot of the stocks just, on that news, there's Cake and Denny's, Pizza. They're all making a move. Jack in the Box. How's Potbelly doing? But I'm just looking at the similar tab here, competitors. These are just stocks that are showing up at my bouncers toppers. If I go back in time, look at this. There was not one bouncer or topper. Toppers are stocks that will look like this. Maybe they're topping out. Okay. Whereas all these, of course, the market was down, 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 trying to look for a bottom. But there was not one showing up on the list until right now. And there's the MTG. See, maybe it's topped. Maybe it's going to fall. Quite the bounce for Ruth. Oh, I didn't even see that Revlon was halted. Revlon was halted earlier. REV. Boy, all-time low. Revlon, man. Yeah, don't forget Shemp. We're really off. Let's get this off topic, guys. Off topic. Off Broadway. Okay? All off topic. Oh, you're talking the Marx Brothers. Yes. I'm sorry. See? That's why it's off topic. Yeah, Twitter. I mean, Twitter's had a nice pop here. It's like the whole world's now excited that maybe the cruisers can get back running. I still don't understand what that means, following protocol. I don't know what that means. I mean, you can test, but what is a test going to do? So you don't have it? Great, you go on board. A day later, you get it. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But that's not true, Grumpy. As far as I know, I don't know if you're kidding. Boy, that is a really really good bounce for Ruth. I mean, it is almost like they're thinking, okay, if the cruisers can do it, then all we have to do is show in the restaurants, following whatever that means, protocol. So this is an earnings play. I didn't see it at all. It really, I mean, it's traded, yeah, it's 600,000. It's abnormal volume for it, but it may not be that dynamic. Or saw this one. It's funny. I mean, look at the well, that's weekly. Yeah, this doesn't. Yeah, this just doesn't trade that much. Look at the daily. I mean, that one day. I mean, it was well over 2 million shares right here. But and usually when a company releases earnings, usually that's their big volume day. But it's it's okay, but it's nothing fantastic. I'm talking about OIIM. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I am back. Just kind of playing out the string here. 218. You have questions, please ask them now. Boy, no bounce whatsoever with PBI. Well, maybe here, but boy, PBI has just been weak from earnings. You would think maybe some support right around 5 for PBI. If you ever wonder why I don't like to hold stocks through earnings, I mean, there was no real. Remember now, this was the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry, last week. Did very well and was hanging tough. You know, this week it was hanging tough. And release earnings, look at this. So there was no clue ahead of earnings that this was going to happen, is what I'm saying. It wasn't like there was steady downward pressure before earnings, and now look at this. I mean, well, we're getting some moves here. So look at this one, SLNO. Now, not very much volume though. All the volume, I mean, looks like lots of volume today, but it's all here, right here. Hardly any volume. Yeah, I don't know, Laura. I mean, if you email them, start a live chat right now. Don't email them. Start a live chat right now. I'll give you the home page. You know, they're going to tell you to check your spam. I don't know. I don't know why it happens for certain people not getting the trade of the week. I just don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's the home page. So you click on that, start a live chat, state emphatically, I'm not getting the trade of the week. Give me your email so they can look up your account and see if they can manually put you back somehow. They may say a few things though, like, are you checking your spam filter? Or your spam box, I guess. We had a couple of people yesterday saying that, and then they checked their spam, and it was there. I'm not saying the same thing with you, but it's something that they'll ask you. But there's really nothing I can do. I mean, I can give you the link again for the test drive, or not the test drive, but the trades of the week. But I don't know if that's going to help you. William. All right, I will. Well, I don't know what to say. Let me just. You're hearing that, Chris, right? All right, this is her. I'm just putting this in here. I mean, I wish I personally could help you, Laura. I just don't know how. I mean, all I can do is keep sending you to that home page. Hopefully somebody looks at your account and tries to figure it out. I mean, it's a crazy situation. and you were 100% sure that it's not in your spam box somewhere. It's not automatically just being sent there. You're 100% sure. The other thing you can do is, if you don't mind doing this, I know it's not ideal. I put the trades of the week in my Twitter account Monday mornings. It's always before the market opens. So when I get it, I put it in my Twitter account. So if you subscribe, you can see it there. I mean, it's not ideal, but I do that Monday mornings. And I just put it in at @bbruin44. Okay, well, I don't, again, well, it's at @bbruin44. Okay, so if you just search at @bbruin44, that'll be me. So I mean, I mean, if you do it, I mean, I guarantee I do put it there every Monday morning before the market opens. Okay, with the outline, the entry price, not just the symbol, but the entry price and the potential stop and all that. So just as if you got the email. Only if they can't help you. I mean, again, I have no idea why. Have you tried another email address even? Create another email address just to see if that works? I know it's a pain, I get it, but okay, so if you don't mind doing the Twitter thing, then just, and I don't do anything on Twitter other than really stocks, and I put my trade of the week, I put this pre-market, and maybe that's it. You won't hear from me on Twitter about anything else, okay? I'm amazed at this bounce for Ruth. I mean, this is a serious bounce. This is more now than the market. I mean, that's a big, big, big bounce for Ruth. And there's an actual cross there too, 1013. 8 EMA crossed over the 20 SMA on the 2-minute chart. I mean, what a great bounce. Okay. Okay, Laura. Glad I could help a little bit anyway. Now watch, I'll forget to do it Monday morning. No, I promise I won't. In fact, a big note. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what is going to happen for the trade of the week. Don't be surprised if next week it'll be cash. I don't mean the stock, but I mean literally sitting on cash. It's just too erratic right now. I mean, who knows what's going to happen for the election? And it's not just that day, I mean, the aftermath, etc. So it's very possible that there will be no trade of the week next week. It might just be, sit on cash for this week. I mean, we caught a break, in my opinion, with this week's trade of the week, in which we had one great day for it that you could have traded out of it, got in and got out of it on that day and made great percentage. Yeah, even CRTO is starting to move. Yeah, there's an alert at 1716. And a little bit of volume sneaking in there, just a little bit. Of course, the other thing you can do, Laura, is just come into the trading room too. I mean, certainly Monday morning I'll be talking about the trade of the week, so you could also do that. All right, so there was a pop for Twitter, short-lived. There was that pop, almost on that news, the CCL news or the cruiser news, and now reality. So what would be your expectation here, William? I mean, I'm looking here. I mean, there looks like good base around 160. So I mean, I know you you get into these and salvage pennies out of them. This is the SLNO because I mean there is a support. It looks like support right around 160. So I mean, it's only a dime away. Look at the BLRX. Am I ever? That's too bad. It's not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Yeah, that was a short-lived pop even on the SPY. So guys, this is getting bleaker by the minute. I'm going to stick an alert right down there, the low of the day with the SPY, and see if it gets taken out. All right, 232. All right, closing the room, certainly no later than 3, maybe a tad earlier. Ooh, well, the SPY just hit the low there, guys, so see it just popped up on my screen. So just a word, you see how that worked. I mean, if you're not using our price alerts, you should be. It's part of the service, part of the standard service. See how that works. I mean, I put a price alert in. I had minimized my price alerts window. When the alert hits, the way I have it sorted, I have it on the triggered column. So the last one that triggers will appear right at the top. I put a sound alert on it. Actions, just the same. Play the sound, set up any sound I want. Minimize it, so again, it'll pop up on my screen. I'll hear it in case I've wandered away from my computer. I have my headset on. So it's just a great service. It's so easy to do. From the toolbar, click on New, and then your price alerts window, and that's the window that'll pop up. And it's easy to set price alerts. If I wanted to set a price alert, say for ADM, taking out that low right there, 4606. I would just create the price alert. I can put a note in if I want, but I'll save it. See how there's a blue line there? But let's say I wanted to bracket it. So I'll bracket it, create a price alert right on the top here. So there's the blue line right there. So I've bracketed this right here. So if it pops up, I'm going to get an alert. If it pops down, I'm going to get an alert. And you'll see that it'll pop up right on my screen. No, you cannot direct them to, yeah, they do work pre-market and after hours, yes. But you cannot, we're struggling right now with sending anything to email. There you go. You see how it just popped up? You know, so there's no excuse. You cannot miss an alert. It's impossible to miss an alert. And, you know, this is good for screen, you know, those of you who have problems with, lack of monitor space, screen space, you don't have to have the window up. You just minimize it. So when you get the alert, it pops up. One thing I'll go over also, I haven't seen anybody ask the question in a while, but there could be people sitting there wondering how to do it. So if you have multiple monitors, you know, I've got 3 monitors. So this is the one, of course, I'm sharing with you guys. So, excuse me, what you do is, of course, I put all my Trade Ideas windows exactly where I want them on this monitor. I have Trade Ideas windows on other monitors, you know, my Spider sector list. So I've got other Trade Ideas windows on other monitors. I arrange them exactly where I want them. And then from the toolbar, click on Tools, Options, Layouts. So from the toolbar, Tools, Options, Layouts. And then you see where it says Loading Layouts, and then where it says Open Relative to Main Window. Check it. You check it and save it. And when you exit Trade Ideas and you come back to Trade Ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay, guys. Well, what time is it? 2:37. I might shut the room down around 2:45, if that's okay. And I think that we'll, this market looks like it's going to start drifting down. But I'll always stay if there are questions. I'll stay till 6 o'clock if there are questions. I'm actually kind of stunned by this Ruth bounce. I mean, this is almost, it's almost getting back to positive. We're going to get a Friday bounce, you think, in the next hour and 22 minutes. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done trading. That's it for me this week. The sun is out. The birds are tweeting away outside my window, beckoning to me. Well, now that we're wrapping this up, a lot of you may not know. I know a lot of you do know, but yeah, I spent my 1 year in Boston, right in Back Bay. You guys are talking about Massachusetts, 2014 to 2015, time of my life. My wife's company transferred her there for a year, and we may have been there for the rest of our lives. And we had a chance to stay there, but she came back. So of course I can do this anywhere. But what a great city! What a great city! Used to love that. Living in Montreal and getting the seeing the New York stations coming in, and they're always talking about, and we're getting this air from Canada, cold air coming from Canada. Yeah, you're just below me. That's right. Blame Canada. I know. I know. Yeah, I grew up. Yeah, well, growing up in Montreal. Yeah, it was. Twitter continues to move down. Ruth continues to move up. I mean, it's amazing. I hope it works out for you, William. I did not get a Peloton bike. No, I looked. I actually looked, but you know what? I may have succumbed, except when they said, it could be 3, 4 months. So I don't need. And then somebody came in here who said he was a triathlete. Told me not to bother. You're not going to guess what I work out on. I think I've told you guys. You guys probably forget. It's an amazing, simple little device. Anybody who guesses gets a free year in the trading room. Nope. 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 We're having fun, guys, okay? Nope. I have a medicine ball. Not a medicine ball, but I do sit on my the big ball from time to time. Nope. Featured on the Shark Tank a few years ago. One of the biggest sellers of all time on the Shark Tank. Nope. Yes. Real's got it. Nope. Not shake weights. It's the simplest thing. It probably costs a penny to make, in bulk. I mean, it's just plastic extruded. The Simply Fit board, guys, I absolutely recommend. I know it's the craziest thing. And you get on there, you get some weights, some hand weights, get a weight, and you just go like heck. It's amazing. You can do all sorts of different exercises on it. There you go, Chris. Exactly. I did not pay $39 Canadian for it, but it was that Lori, Greiner, whatever her name is. It was the biggest thing she's ever Shark Tanked. Hundreds of millions of dollars came in. Lots of YouTube stuff. You just follow along, and you can do it anywhere. That's what I love about it. It's called the Simply Fit board. If there's a spike in sales, I'm going to contact her. The reason why, sometimes the simplest things is because it's so easy to use. You can do it anywhere. So a lot of times, guys, when I say just a minute, you know what I do? When I'm doing, I'm getting on that thing and twisting with my weights, just to get a little, to get loose. So there's my secret. That's why sometimes I'm a little out of breath. But it's more than just twisting. You can do so many different exercises on it. It's great for the core, and push-ups on it, plank sits on it. I mean, it's great. It's a great little device. I know. Yeah, it's usually a 15-minute routine that when I take my break at noon, that's usually what I'm doing. It's about a 15-minute routine. Just, I don't have to follow it on YouTube anymore. I know exactly what I'm doing. I usually put on some sports talk or something and then go. And sorry, guys, if you're just showing up here and you're wondering, what the heck are these guys talking about? I thought this was a stock trading room. We rarely do this. I remember this happened, I don't know, a couple of years ago. Some guy came in at 10 minutes before, and I think that's when I was talking about my worm farming, and complained to Dan, our CEO. How deep do you plant the worms? Well, they were in buckets. They were indoors. We were African night crawlers, I think they were called, and there were buckets of soil. The buckets of soil were, I don't know, maybe a foot and a half deep. Yeah, exactly, Calvin. Dan, your mic is on. Jeez. Yeah, he doesn't show up anymore. Yeah, we rented a big warehouse, and we were going to become the worm kings of Edmonton when I was living in Edmonton. Crazy. Is it a good approach to buy sell in a 1 cent difference? Are you talking about the spread? Like to buy something when the spread is only a penny? I mean, that's almost ideal if you can find it. We always talk about the spread. We want to have a narrow spread. So if that's what you're talking about, well, okay. Without a bot, here's the spread right here: 571, 572. Buy it at 572. I don't even know what stock it is. Doesn't even matter. I guess it's TCDA, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. You just buy it. You don't need a bot. You see, it's a penny now. Sometimes it's 2 cents, but it's So if you wanted to buy this one right now, you could buy it at 577. You don't need a bot. Certainly, you don't need a bot. And what you saw there was my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, I'm not well, I'm not talking about scalping. I'm just talking about getting into. I'm not sure I understand the question then. I mean, if I want to buy TCDA, I think this is TCDA. I want to buy it right now. I can buy it almost as much as I want at 582. Lots of action at 582. Now it's 583. Okay, I mean it's. So I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm not talking about scalping for a penny. Never. Well, if you're talking about just making a penny on the trade, no, no. Then you're talking about these high frequency traders that are, or they're not even traders. They're just machines. Forget about that. If you're trying to make a penny on a trade. Ruth, my goodness, this could go positive. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, it's getting closer and closer and closer. What a bounce! And I mean, look at this 5 minute chart. I mean, it is straight. Well, there's only one red candle right there, just over 10, and after that, everything is green. Even on the 2 minute, just one little red candle. Ha ha ha, Chris. You're a funny guy. You almost got me. So I'll miss him for a month, but you almost got me on that one. Yeah, no, Joro. I mean, I mean, we don't do that here, and Straight Ideas is not set up to do that. We don't do that here. Certainly not in this room. No, I did not trade CRTO today. Let's see where it is. Yeah, I mean it's beautiful. I mean, well, beautiful. I mean there was the alert 1716. No, that came a little bit later. I've sort of done trading. Not sort of. I am done trading. No, he's kidding, Zach. He's saying, next month starts on Monday. Or next month, get it? Starts Sunday. But CRTO is very, I mean, it could still be interesting. I mean, if you look at it from a monthly chart perspective, I mean, in theory, you got little areas here. I mean, it could get up to 20. If it could ever break through 20, but look out. I mean, this could really, really start to move. I mean, it hasn't really been affected by the market, has it? Had earnings on the 28th, so good reaction. And the last 2 days, remember now, yesterday the market was down big. Market is down, pretty big today, and it hasn't cared. Time change is this weekend. Yes, don't forget. Extra hour of sleep on Sunday. All right, time change. All right, guys. Are there any other? Let's say something else. Are there any other questions before I shut down? All right, I don't see any other questions, so maybe I'll just shut down now, about 5 minutes, 4 minutes early. That's okay. I will stick around if I see a question. All right, I don't see anything. Well, it's been an exciting week, that's for sure. So, and next week, oh boy, who knows? So, I hope everybody has a great, great weekend. And again, don't forget, turn your clocks back before you go to bed Saturday night. I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So again, have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.